All right. How's everybody doing tonight?
Man, I missed bug steak.
Welcome, welcome. Everyone's having a fantastic day.
Yeah.
Saw a thief in the chat beforehand. Hello, hello. Really. That'll work. Make a day. There we go. Okay, so as some of you know, last night everything went to poo. So I spent most of the day fixing everything. That was fun. It wasn't fun. It wasn't that bad. Definitely, I've had worse. What's up, Ducky? You're gonna be disappointed. There's no dog for a little while. He didn't want to come upstairs, so wasn't gonna force him. The plan is to build. Can't force him, man. I don't want PETA on me, you know? Yeah, we're gonna build. We'll have to finish this side. I think we finished everything else up. I mean, we haven't finished this side, of course. There's still a lot to do. I got this all fixed. Well, we built it, then we broke it last night, and we fixed it. We built and broke this and fixed it. Then we got these other sides pretty much done. And then I realized that my grid wasn't quite as good as I would prefer it to be, so we have to redo this one a little bit. It was too jank for my liking. That's alright. That's alright. When building off-grid, sometimes that's just how it goes.
Didn't even need instructions.
I'm honestly surprised that I was okay with that, like, all of this worked the way I wanted it to, so. One wall being redone, not bad, honestly. I'm the only one on YouTube. Most are on Twitch. Currently, Lude and Ducky are on Twitch. Did you fix the grid yet? We're fixing the grid on stream, I think. I spent too long today getting all this stuff fixed. And I got to the end and was like, I don't want to do that right now. I didn't have enough time to finish it. So I was like, instead of just screwing with it, we'll fix it on stream. Or attempt to. We'll see how it goes. Been cleaning up some random stuff as I see fit as well. Got into a massive, well, I didn't get into a massive war, but I came outside, or I was on the other side of the base, and I was like running around collecting things. Because I didn't realize, but yesterday building, I depleted every single stem, except for like 5. Like I had like nothing left, so I was like, alright, we gotta go do some collecting. We need materials. And so I was out just like, living my life, doing my daily chores. And I came back, and I swear, like, half of this was just obliterated from this ladybug butterfly war that was happening. There was like 5 ladybugs and 5 frickin' butterflies all just like destroying each other right here. It's like this whole wall almost got destroyed. Half of this wall almost got destroyed. Half of this wall almost got destroyed. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, I leave for 5 minutes to go get stems, and somehow, like, Armageddon happens, and everyone's just killing each other all of a sudden. I was like, what is this? It was nuts. They destroyed my chests. They destroyed my pallets over here. I was like, what the heck is this? I have that gold. I've been trying to remember that I need gold cards. I haven't been doing a very good job getting these. We need lots. Lots of them. Let's see, what else? I mean, everything's roughly done. There's a couple pieces that aren't wanting to place right now, which is fine. Get them fixed. Advanced well the exterior? Yeah, we got a long ways. It felt good. It's been one of those projects that I've just been, like, putting off. The biggest issue being this stuff. I have been struggling to get these pieces to place on every side. So I'm not totally sure how we're gonna like rectify this issue. But we'll figure it out. The woes of building with 100 billion grids in one thing. Not 100% sure how I got it to work the first time around, but I think it's just on a slightly different grid than I actually think it is. There's a lot of things going on at any given moment on this build right now. If I can get this one to place, we'd be fine, but it's fighting me. It's fighting hard, that's for sure. Too hard. Being rude. And I don't know why. Sure, there's like some little thing. Like, again, we'll find a workaround of some kind. Proud your flower design. You messaged it to me earlier. Wait, that one, isn't it? No. Yes? No. It is supposed to. Oh, it's definitely fighting me to irk me, man. That's life sometimes. I mean, if the game wanted us to build like this, like, it would be one thing, but we're not. Like, this is not how the game's supposed to necessarily work, so never, like, upset about it. It's just another challenge in the road. Why it's not working, I can only guess. That is a different question. There's some way around it. There always is. But there's no way out of this hole. Okay, we're good. DM'd you the message. Yeah, it's a nice little flower. I think yours is still better though, Athif, so.
Yeah.
Ludes is like, it's alright. Stuff. Chest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Always gotta be a smartass. I've never been a smartass in my whole life, Ludarev. How dare you? I would never. Wait. Who's the other one? Flower power. Let's see. You can do it. What if... I feel like I need to get a support on the bottom somehow. This? That help? It'll be on the same... Oh, wait a second. Did that... Was that it? I can't see. I can't see! What's up, Shikaka? How's it going? Well, now it wants to place everywhere else. Come on, man. Let me out. Can't jump. Let's see. Where did I just pull that from? I thought I just pulled this. Too many pieces going on. There's some weirdness going on with my grids too, so I think that's part of the struggle here, is that I've got, like, however my brain originally came up with this idea it was ridiculous. It's one of those happy accidents, you know? You never quite know why it works and why it doesn't. Can't imagine weirdness happening with 20 grids. Exactly. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that each one of these is somehow all stemming from, like, a grid here. Because they're built, like, over these in some way, so it's like one of these random grids. I don't even really know how I did it. Because as you can see, like, it's not on this grid. It seems like it's on this grid, but it's not, because they're all, like, clipping into each other, so I'm not totally sure what I did. Except for got lucky. Sometimes you just do. Yeah, better not to ask. The issue is when you have to redo it 5 times. I wish I had asked. Should have asked for directions, man. Where did that go? Oh, that's this. I don't know. It's definitely gonna be interesting to get this thing all figured out eventually. Who knows? Some of it might change. We'll see. Nah, but I knew I should have taken that left back there instead of the right. Exactly. It's more so my wife saying, I told you to take a right back there. You didn't listen. Got me. Guilty as charged. Yeah, like, what is this? There's just so much tomfoolery going on in this space right now. I don't even know. I don't even know sometimes. Like, how is there 2 grids going on right here in the same spot? Who knows? Dude, seriously though, Google Maps is a problem. It's 2 a.m. on a workday. Why am I still awake? I don't know, Louis. I don't know, man. I know the feeling though. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the freaking club. Every night. I stay up way too late every night. It's just like that, the stream adrenaline and stuff, just like, it's so hard to go to sleep after stream. Like, I'm chill and I'm not like anything crazy, so it's not like a hype stream or anything, but it's just something about like being on. Like, I struggle turning it off. Google Maps. I don't know how it would function without Google Maps and stuff. I am so directionally challenged. So directionally challenged. You turn me on. You turn me on and I don't know how to turn it off. One of these has to. What if it's this? This. Go in. This is what I can do. Move that. It. One of these. It's good learning experience for people wanting to build off-grid to watch me struggle, though, and realize that it's not all just... It doesn't just work all the time. Love your builds. Thank you, Sick Doe. Welcome in, by the way. You're having a great night. Like, isn't that the definition of supported? Be supported now, right? We thought... Been playing Warhammer for 5 hours and didn't realize. I've done that kind of stuff before. Get it. Fully understand. Nothing wrong with getting lost in it, though. Ow. Yeah, so I'm not totally sure. It's going to be an interesting one to figure out how to replicate these. It really is. They're just on some random grid. I don't get it. To, like, really cheat the system here and, like, try to continue the grid. Down there. Why did that one want to go so easily? Yeah, your flower was epic, the thief. It was so cool. Loved it. Get this one. Okay. Maybe? Location obstructed. We're headed in the right direction. That's not saying unsupported now. Headed in the right direction. Yeah, I think it really doesn't like the lamppost there. Thank you for the follow, Sicto. Welcome, welcome. So close, but so far. YouTube was too laggy for me. Yeah, sometimes YouTube's really weird like that. I tend to find Twitch to be slightly more stable for some reason. No clue why, though. Build this. Change it. If I can get this one to place, I think from there it's easy. Everything else is just having support issues. Welcome in, Cam. Happy Thursday to you as well. Doing good. Chill. Feeling chill tonight. The energy is not here. But nothing wrong with chill building, right? Well, maybe we get to the real challenge of the night. Is placing this stinking thing. My videos got you into building? Let's go. Love to hear it. Honestly. Actually. Kept one of these, maybe. Match the angle. Keep them both open, yeah. Audio on Twitch, just chat with both chats if I want. Plus it gives Timber a view on both. True. Double dipping. Nothing wrong with a little double dipping. Uh-oh. That could be a struggle. Let's not destroy these. We'll figure out what the heck is going on. This was probably my main concern, is the grid's not wanting to work again. Did I place it on this side? Must have placed it like... Let's move one of these back. Now, what is that attached? What? It's not in the right spot, so it doesn't... Use you, Mr. Weevil. Back a little bit. Okay. Too low. And this is off-grid building for anyone who's curious. Rinse and repeat over and over and over again. Till we get it right. That angle still not quite close, but close still. How close was that? Close. It's not perfect yet. That is like perfectly online. Hey Travis, welcome in. That poor Weevil. Now his family is like, how come Daddy hasn't come home yet? That's actually what happens when a dad goes and gets milk. He's actually brutally murdered. Welcome in, Reaper. How's it going? Go left and up. That? Yeah. Slightly up.
Just looking, I promise.
Keep like one of those. This way, yeah. That's not an easy angle to see. Sometimes the blueprints are so amazing, and other times it's like just the wrong color of blue to actually tell what's happening when you're trying to make these like really small adjustments. Maybe. I think that was right. Oops. Looking into the sky makes blueprints a nightmare. Yeah, it really does. Like, it's like so, it's really difficult to see because they're so light. Yeah, this rock makes this like so much more. Doesn't simplify the matter, that's for sure. But, okay. Little right. Bear with me, I know it's kind of boring. Too much. Maybe not. So close, but so far. Yeah, if the rock wasn't here, this would be easy, but it doesn't make it... doesn't simplify the process in any way, that's for sure. Just need the, like, 2 red pieces. Like the pine, bamboo-looking pieces to line up. Not like the corner can't be quite as perfect as I had it was the main issue I figured out. Use you. Relocate. No. Why? So close. Off-grid waste of time? I mean, isn't that subjective? So many ways? We're playing a video game. Like, how is the off-grid side of it the waste of time? It's just about playing a video game, bro. You don't have to like off-grid. How's it any different than building a normal base? Right, Lude. Spent a bunch of hours on my base entry for the contest. It can get frustrating sometimes. It just won't fit. Yeah, it's definitely some work. Don't use logic, Timber. Can't reason with crazy. Oh, trust me, I know. Wow, that was even worse. Unfortunately, people don't understand basic logic. So, like the off-grid is the issue here. I've spent thousands of hours building bases, and the off-grid part of it is the waste of time. Like, priorities. Freaking priorities. The funny part is you're viewing Grounded 2, like you're literally viewing it, so I'm making money listening to you complain about the way I play the game. So like what's like, am I supposed to like be upset here? Like, it's just comical to me. I always find it quite hilarious. Like, gotcha. What a waste of time. Cool, thanks. It's like saying my job is a waste of time. Everything can be a waste of time. Already night? Yeah. Can't sleep till 2100, can I? Guess we're stuck doing this repetitiveness anyways. What's up, Grim? Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're doing good. This is stuff that separates good builds from others. Gotta be perfect. It really does, though. Like, I know it's not necessarily the most cool thing to watch, but for people that are actually interested in this whole process, like, this is the process. Keep going down somehow. Angle with this rock is horrific. Yeah, gotta get it lined up. Go up first. The hair. I'm forgetting my own, like, tactics, too. Doing this. So I always try to get the height perfect, and then the placement. You can't, I'm like, as you could see there, I was doing two things at once, so I was trying to get the angle, or the angle looks fine so far, but I was trying to do the height and the, like, XY type axis. And it's like, you gotta get one and then move. Trying to do one thing before the other is just asking for it to be a complete pain. I can't freaking see anything. Pretty dang close. Part takes forever, but the results are spectacular if you get it right. Exactly. Really is. It's a difference maker. Separates the boys from men. It's higher now. Okay, I'm gonna move this triangle. I can actually frickin' see what I'm doing. Double check that. I don't know if you can get the height much better than that. Now we just need to come directly back, I think, and it should be pretty dang close. Assuming that my angle is right. I haven't quite checked that yet. Oh, this rock is the worst. What days do you usually rate bases? Tuesdays. Every Tuesday. It's close, but a hair more? But yeah, definitely more. Personal order of operation is angle, in and out, then height. Yeah, I kind of... It's probably all the same at the end of the day, but... Grim, thank you for that. You're so helpful. Wait, oh, dang it, that moved a lot. That was completely wrong. Dang it. So close. Call it Wacky Wednesday. That's every day. Oh, I botched this so bad. Dang it. Had the height so perfect. I ruined it. Love how the ground dead guy came in, said just that, and then just disappeared off the face of the earth. Like, what? So bored? Are you really that bored? All you do? Wasn't sure if you noticed, Lude, but that's the same person who despises you. For some odd reason. It's Ludorav's #1 hater. Other random person. I'm well aware, yeah. I thought you would enjoy it. So funny. We have hater trolls, exactly. Exactly. Welcome in, chap. How's it going? Good to see you. It's like moving it without actually paying attention to what I wanted to do. No body, so no one knows what actually happened, right? Know that thing you like? It sucks, right? So is the hater throwing rocks from the back of the room. Exactly. You know when 99% of the people are cool with it, and there's one person? That one person has the problem, not the 99. So like him and one other, or them and one other person, like despise Ludorav spaces for some reason, and I find it so comical. Like, not to just talk about random drama and stuff, but I just find it comical. So comical. That person and one other person were like, yeah, I left the Discord because all they do is build off grid. I'm like, what? What a reason. And then I'm shooting for that 40 mark, right? Exactly. Ooh, that's pretty close. That could be the number. Let's see. Unless this angle is just horrific. Pretty dang close. Alright, we gotta get rid of these. Actually be able to see anyways. As Lude and I were talking about, if people dislike what you're doing, you know you're doing something right. They go out of their way. Ooh.
I need a rock for a sip of water right now. We could bottle that up.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe my problem is that I just force feed you guys off-grid building. I'm a very forceful person, you know? Everyone has to do what I do, or else leave. Yeah, choke it down our throats, exactly. Why does building have to be on-grid? Seems like that makes base building more restrictive. Exactly. That's the whole point of it, is that it's like, it's a fun way to do it different. Like, I mean, like, my thing is, I've been building for I had over 3,000 hours in Grounded 1. And I'm easily getting close to the 1,000. I mean, Steam says 350 or so almost now. But that's like super random and doesn't necessarily count all the other random stuff I do with Grounded. And I have so much time. Like, I gotta keep the building interesting. Just like using the grid system as is and nothing else is like, it gets repetitive after a while. It's limiting. As you said, like, why not build in the most creative way we can? Dang rock. At least that's my thought on the whole idea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the channel says, like, my goal is to break the games that I play and, like, take building to another level. So, like, it's just what we do, you know? Choke it down, Pete. Come on, Pete. You're Pete now, Lude. You're no longer Lude. You are Pete. Visually, I cannot see what I want to. I guess this is a time where I really need to be checking back and forth. That's pretty good. I remember this side specifically being just a nightmare. Fuck on. It was the least fun side to do out of this whole thing. So almost perfect is probably the best way to go. The question though is that I didn't actually notice the issue until we built like this though, so maybe that's what the problem was. Yeah, angle's off, okay. Do we need to go... Actually, that makes a lot of sense, because if I bring this out just a hair, that side roughly stays in the same perfect spot. And then it brings this whole thing out. That makes sense. I think the struggle is building from this side, though. It'd be way easier to go from this side. But for some reason, the game is not happy about this random side for some reason. So this way? This comes in.
Just looking, I promise.
Plays Pete, so I guess it's acceptable. Hey, if it works, right? It lined up perfect. And tick. A single tick. Let's hope it's not totally ruined. It's not quite right. Dang. Why is that so... It's gonna be a struggle. One of these sides is goofy, for sure. How do I want to do this? The question. I am thinking hard. No, I was looking at someone's message real fast. That's all that was. You think I think Luderav? I don't think. Just a bot. Guess in theory. Build over from both sides just to see where the angle is. The issue is I can't get the scaffolding doesn't work. That's why this side was such a pain. The scaffolding won't place where I need it to for some reason on this side. It's like, didn't care as much anywhere else, but something about this side, it just like absolutely refuses. It's like just too far into the lamp that the game is just like, yeah, that's not gonna happen, dude. Like, I don't know why. Have not been able to figure out what the issue is, but it doesn't care about the other side, but everything on this side is like, no, you can't. Refuses. I mean, the only other option would be like, do this. And then this, and then that, or something. But I blame the devs. Exactly, exactly. You build, I know you think. I don't know. Questionable at best. Oh, is this angle at least better? Luckily, this is on a side that's like, it's not the be-all end-all, so if it's not absolutely perfect, I'm not super worried about it, but and of course I want to get it better. Because yeah, this is the current issue, is that one part of it is going into the wall so much that it's not quite working right. That's not bad, though. It's all from this grid, so that roughly works if this corner was right. Cheat and use clay in behind just for support. It's not the support that's the issue. It's the game not liking the lamp post. It's like saying like I don't have build rights essentially with the location obstructed. If it said unsupported, there's a possibility that you could kind of mess with it that way. But the location obstructed is currently the main issue on this side. As soon as the game like doesn't care too much, but then something about this random thing. So they built this side kind of slightly different than the others, I think, somehow. Because I'm having the same issue with like some of these pieces. They just don't want to quite go for some reason. But yeah, probably, I would guess, in a week it would probably work for no reason. Will it snap to that wall? Good question. My only concern there is that it could, but then it's on a different grid, I think. So if it's not on this grid, then I think the issue becomes these pieces. Not 100% sure. Might work. It might work. Let's see. Yeah, then we end up with that because these are on way different grids. Crazy how well it lines up, but something about the angle of one of... I'm guessing like this wall is on a slightly different angle. That's not perfectly straight or something. And it's just hidden enough, probably. It's pretty even, though. Not totally sure. It's always the last side, realistically. Trying to get... What? 8? Is it 8 sides? 2, 3, 4... 6 sides. It's always going to be, since we started on that side over there, like getting these last corners to meet up is always the biggest struggle at the end of the day. Easy if it wasn't the last side. Exactly. The other sides were so much easier because you can hide. I mean, that's the great part about off-grid building stuff, is it allows you to hide a lot of your mistakes. But there's always a point where those mistakes are going to end up being seen at somewhere, some way, shape, or form.
Just looking, I promise.
So we can move it out a little bit still and maybe hope that that still works. We can definitely do a little tomfoolery in this corner as well. We can get the other side to line up right. This side, like, because of this weird, the, like, triangle whatever thing, I don't know what to call it. That'll start hiding a lot of the issues, and then we can build up some foundations here to, like, create a ramp, but I need that other side to sit right. It's the main issue, I think. Crimes will be hidden at some point, but the question is how. Build some rocks up to my rocks. Something like that will allow us to kind of hide that corner a lot, so we won't even really see it. It'll be fine. It's just going to be... The larger issue is as we get higher into the build. If it's not right, my current struggle is that I know if these corners are not great, this whole side of this large piece is not going to fit together the way I'd like it to. So it's one of those things, like, we can cheat it now, but then we're cheating ourselves in the long run. So it's like, how worth it is it? I wonder if it's the fact it's a hexagon on a grid based on squares. I mean, you can definitely build hexagons. I mean, like, the game itself, like, yes, it's squares, but the game sort of naturally does this. It's more of an... The game likes building an octagon instead, but the issue being that the corner pieces...
Just looking.
That's why you have to build these shapes off-grid, because when you angle a wall, this now becomes longer than the flat sides. Yeah, it's kind of like... It is kind of random triangles. I'm not totally sure how they came up with the idea. I've always found it a little interesting that the angled pieces are longer for some reason. I think it's... Yeah, it's just because it's based off of that, so it's what... Because it's a 90-degree angle and then acute angles in the corners, that it's like... The way they built it just is always going to make those shapes really difficult. It helped make 2D look 3D, probably. Probably. Trying to think of how I get this angle to line up right. If this side isn't at least closer, it'll be a sad day. I guess the other way we could do it is, instead of trying to adjust the angle, we potentially pull the whole thing out a little bit, because the other angle looked so close. The main issue was that this side is... I mean, you can essentially see here already that, like, it starts and it's just slowly angling into the wall. So then when you got to these upper portions over here, the blocks were like halfway through the wall. And that was just aesthetically frustrating enough that it wasn't going to work the whole way around the way I want it to. But we bring it back. Maybe I adjust it slightly less and just move it instead of adjusting the angle. The angle is essentially what it needs to be. I'm not sure if I can adjust the angle at all without kind of screwing the whole thing up. Yes, not everyone kind of saw what was happening, but... So, like, this is, like, barely through the wall here. gap just gets bigger and bigger as you get closer to this side. But there's not really a great way to fix it because this side is lined up so perfect. If I could build it from this side and switch this angle, the issue is fixing it from this side is a struggle. Could build through walls to connect them, but that looks fine. Yeah, run away. Oh wait, just started that day. It'd be a lot easier if I could build from the other side, yeah, because you can really see that this angle's off. And just this one needs to move out. Not really sure how to get that angle right building from this side. Maybe the play... is... mess with the angle. It's such a minute amount that it's so difficult to get that very little bit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you can see, like, you're trying to adjust an angle, so the difference is... oops. Like, it needs to be here, not here. It's like so... I mean, that's such a small adjustment. It really is such a small adjustment. Wonder if... ugh. I'm trying to do this from a different piece. It's such a struggle. Where there's a will, there's a way. But... it's gonna be a struggle. Yeah, 0.5 degrees exactly. Them unruly neighbors. And I reloaded to when I'm getting raided. Bring it. Be wet. Stop running away, you nerds. God, they're so annoying. Fight me like a man. I might do the mixer as well tonight. I've been really like contemplating it. As much as I want to get gold cards, I'm like also getting tired of raids. Want to sleep. Okay, apparently they're gone. Big blueprints all the way over from the side you want it matched within the angle on the other side you want to build from. Well, you know they'll bring mixers back in the update. Yeah, for sure. One of those I'm just like slightly annoyed by them at this point. They're fun, but when you're building, they're also not that fun. That angle's off. Not so bad that it won't work, though. Might be an option. Always the same butterfly, ladybug, and a bunch of ants. They need to mix it up with the raids more. I believe the raids are location-based, so it also depends on where you're getting raided. Because, like, if you're in a high area where the ants and the ladybug can't get you, then you'll get like just bees and butterflies. But it would be fun if they tossed in some other things too. That is part of it. It gets just a little repetitive. Need this to like rotate from just one side. Throwing a mantis or a wolf spider once in a blue moon, that would make it way more fun. I could see how some of the player base would absolutely hate that though, so. I assume, like, at least maybe I hope is a better term, that at some point we get more difficult raids or they're adjusted in like some way, shape, or form. That's the opposite direction. Or does it need, maybe that just needs to be pulled out and it'd be actually pretty good. Excuse you, sir. Especially because the orc raid, or the gold cards for the orcs and stuff are definitely more difficult to get. So it would be fun to have them be a little different each time. Just enough, you know. The repetition of it definitely doesn't make it better. Walk away, or go attack a ladybug, whatever. The ants are so freaking aggro. It's ridiculous. They're such angry beings. That feels like it's exactly the same, is it not? It's so freaking close. What, like a quarter of a centimeter difference? So maybe one more tick out, and I think we got it. Maybe. We can pull that off.
Looking, I promise.
You stop raiding me until I want to fight while I'm building it's off limits. Yeah, that would be nice. Just like some way to turn her on and off. I mean, at some point she's got to be like, all right, this dude's killed my bugs like 300 times. Give it a rest. Dude, that adjustment is crazy. That was such a small... It's such a small adjustment, and it changes so much all the way over here. I don't even know if you can make a smaller adjustment. Especially not on, like, Xbox. Trying to see, like, how small of an adjustment I can actually make. So close, but so far. It's like exactly back to where it was. 0.8 degrees, not 0.5. Yeah, seriously though. Snap to the right thing, please. Unsupported. What? Now it's like, oh, he figured out the angle. Now we gotta totally ruin it so he can't do it. Why are those oh, that's why. I snapped the floor to the wrong thing. I guess if I leave that one, I can always get it back to what it was, right? Theoretically, we did just change that angle. That's like a 0.5 degree change, but in the wrong direction. I could live with that. Allison, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The game is literally trying to give me gray hair. That is fact. Absolute fact. Or it's really trying to piss off that guy that doesn't like off-grid building. I think that's the right direction. I think that was right. That might be as close as we're gonna get with how these other sides are set up. Theory, I could probably move it this way just a hair. That might do it. I think if we move that just a hair, that'll be enough. I think that'll be enough. Yeah, get it back roughly in line because it's just sitting slightly too far forward. I think that'd do it.
Just looking, I promise.
All right, tip number 1. Save. When you get it close, save. Every single time. It is so easy to move this incorrectly. Have it just be slightly off. Then you can just reload the save. Instead of being a goober like me sometimes and not remembering stuff like that. Well, I don't know if we're gonna get much better than that, y'all. That's pretty dang close. That is pretty dang close. This side gets a little funky, but I'm not sure that's gonna matter as much. We will see, though. Do one test run before we totally send it. Still going into the wall. I don't know if we're gonna get it better than that, though. It's slightly too tall. Is that just slightly off height-wise, but it's almost lower here. I'm visually impaired with glasses, so maybe actually I am. Barely lower. Trying to decide how much is too much. Like carrying too much.
Didn't even need instructions.
There's a certain level every time that's like too nitpicky. Visually impaired also. But it's the the Foster's all day IPAs. That'd do it. That's a better reason to be visually impaired, though. I'll tell you that much. I prefer the self-imposed visual impairment. Wow, that's on the... There you go. Beautiful. Yeah, it goes away, right? Blindness does not. It's a ripoff. It's a scam. Alright, maybe we raise it up just a hair so it's even. And I might have to call it. Just be okay with it. Like, so close, but... So close, but so just barely off. Alright, I say we just raise it and send it.
Just looking, I promise.
Working on a couple... linen Poogle summer shanties. I don't think I've ever had one of them. Maybe if I saw the can, I would know. That's gotta be it. One more test. They're phenomenal. Now I'm gonna have to try one. If it wasn't a Thursday. I'm lewd and I had the rest of the week off. I'm so cool. What about the rest of us, lewd? What about me? Yeah, it will probably haunt me. It's one of those, like, no, that's perfect. I don't think we're doing any better than that. And that is definitely slightly more proud because there's a little gap there. So, I mean, that's as close as we're going to get. As much as I want to nitpick this forever, I don't physically think I can switch the angle enough for it to actually matter. Now, the real issue here is going to be getting rid of the... Oh. It's not an issue. We're good. I lied. If I had to work... If I had work to do, I'd be at freaking work. Ugh. Ugh. Work is so lame. Maybe it's just my job. But finding a new job has been quite the struggle. It's not coming easy. That's for sure. It's been a real pain. Founders makes a summer shandy, but it's not quite as good. It's a 15-pack? Well, you know, that's value at its finest. You can't hate on someone that said, you know, why have 12? You could have 15. It is all jobs. All jobs suck. Well, the vast majority of them. There's some cool jobs. Finding those frickin' cool jobs is the struggle right now. I don't know why it's so hard to find something that's fun to do and makes a lot of money at the same time. It's really lame that people decided that fun things can't be profitable for some reason. I don't know why people think like that. Sometimes I'm like, who hurt you? Why are you like this? Okay, this is... that supposed to be there? Look at the other side. Hurts my brain. Let me up. I don't drink enough summer ales. It's got to be like the right one. So I'm not like a super fruity beer type person. And a lot of the summer ones are just a little too fruity at times for me. Not that they're all that by any means, but it's too like citrusy. I don't like it as much. Oh yeah, this. Oh my god. That's supposed to stop there. Reference the other sides, Timber. What are you doing? Not asking for much. I'd be good with 100K a year and enjoy what I do. Yeah, I don't really see how that's so ridiculous. But when the world is ruled by corporations, there isn't much we can do. Okay, so it comes off that side, comes off that side. Like, put me in charge of a company. I'll pay everyone an incredible wage. We're all gonna get time off. The idea is to live life. Like, my wife and I were so interested in moving to Italy. They're actually challenging, funny enough, they're challenging the law that was put in place for people that are trying to become citizens of Italy. Gosh. I need a wireless mouse. This thing drives me insane. Operate heavy equipment for pipeline work. It can be fun. Everyone I work with appreciates me, and I never want to be there. I'm so glad you guys like me, but also, like, can I leave? I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. It's theory. This shit. There.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
What are you snapping to, bro? Like, whoever built this base built too many grids. I don't know what you guys think, but this is crazy. Having a little too much fun. That's part of... part of my issue. Hire me, Timber. I'll happily come work for you. We'll just build all day. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay anything right now is the issue. If I could find a way to pay people to build, dude, we'd be all over it. Time to get dinner sorted. Sounds good, Grib. Thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, we need a lot more subscribers to get to that level. I've definitely been blown away by, like, last month. The channel did so well. Pretty crazy to see. It was my best month ever. Perfect, but it's not bad. Okay, now we just have to copy this side. And we're on our way. Potential's there. It is, it is. Really? What? Where'd it go? Actually find that in the wall. I just need this winter update, man. I'm telling you. It's gonna be insane. More competing for more views, but at the same time not. Guess I'll be back to competing with see-through on builder viewership and stuff, but not bad. I think I was just amazed at how last month was, in theory, one of the slower months. It was the slowest month of Grounded 2, but it was the best month the channel's ever had in a like monetization side for views and everything. And the crazy part is, my last really good months were all like Knife donating like some ridiculous amount of money. And so like last month, he didn't donate a single penny. I guess he donated a handful of subs and stuff, but there was no like $100 random donations to like artificially buff the numbers. And so it was pretty cool to see. I asked him the other night if he's waiting till the update to get back, and he said he doesn't know that he will. I would be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come back. Seems to be... like, I build in Grounded because it's something I, like, truly enjoy. I really do enjoy it. There are moments where I'm not having as much fun. There's moments where, like, in this moment where I can't build the things I want because I'm waiting for materials and stuff like mushroom brick. So I have those types of moments, but like I do this because I really have fun doing it at the end of the day, more than anything. And I've always sort of felt that See-Through got stuck in the viewership side of Grounded, whereas that was like the be-all end-all. And that is not a very fun place to be, honestly. There's nothing fun about being stuck playing a game that you're not having fun playing anymore. It's not fun. But I don't blame him in the slightest, but it seems like he's happier right now streaming the other games that he's playing. Not to be an alarmist, but I just tried to put in a percentage/angle as a joke, and it told me command not recognize. Hackers may be able to abuse the AI. What? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, Grounded 1 did him pretty hard. Yeah, I think it really, like... I think he loved it for a long time, and something about the grind of Grounded 1 and losing... I mean, because this is his livelihood. Like, I'm not in any way attached to the success of this channel in the way that he is, because like I have a full-time job. Like I don't need everything that I make from my YouTube channel, all the support and stuff is all like bonus. It's just one of yeah, for me it's just everything I get is a bonus. Everything is just a little extra on top of my like full-time job. So it's a lot easier to be like detached from good months and bad months, because they don't really matter as much to me. It's fun having good months, but at the same time, I can definitely see why, if your livelihood is on it, it's like depending on a good month. Whoa. That makes it a lot more difficult to have fun. Oops. Yeah, it's not just fun, exactly. For him, it is much more than that. It is feeding his child and his wife. And that would be stressful as heck. That's like my biggest hesitation with the whole content creation side of things. Like, as cool as it would be to just stream and like make money, like my biggest thing would be like, is it worth leaving a decent job even if I don't love it all the time? I have to find a way to make this like stable, so I'm not just the Grounded 1 guy or the Grounded guy forever. Is definitely a concern to figure out how to take it to that next level. promoting you on Reddit when people ask for build advice. Thank you, Sinnerman. Appreciate that. I do not use Reddit enough. I've always been amazed. There's so many random people using Reddit for, like, sending images of bases and stuff that I've just never gotten into. I have to find that Reddit feels like a black hole of crazy at times. So I try to avoid it. I semi-try to avoid it. Studying cybersecurity, you would know more than I know. That's for sure. Is the new update out yet? No. The next update, so there's the Axle update came out, I guess the beginning of this month. And the next update will be the winter update, and that's not going to be out for another couple months. We got a ways to go.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Most likely late December, early January, if I had to guess. But take that with a grain of salt. We just know it's the winter update. That if you go from October, November, December, January is 3 months between updates. And they said 3 to 4 months between updates is their goal. Could roughly guess that if this was the actual update was a... Bye, Mr. Weevil. Sorry. If the actual update was just the taster of updates for Grounded 2, then maybe they can pump out the next update a little faster than like the 4-month side of things. I think maybe, but definitely not before end of December. I would be really surprised if we got it any time before Christmas. I think usually they take a week off. If I remember correctly, they normally take the week of Christmas off. So very likely after the new year. Now, I know nothing. I'm not that in with the devs, so. The devs know me, but they don't know me. In my head, I'm hoping for December, but realistically, I'm thinking January. Yeah, I think that's exactly how I would put it. I am sure freaking hoping for December, but I am not getting my hopes up, necessarily. By any means. My hopes are... I have high hopes, but that means nothing. My hopes mean nothing in terms of the dev's schedule. And bad words, think positive. Hope we get burr walls this time. That would be really cool. I would love burr walls. That was one of the things I was asking for in the first game for a long time. Well, I mean, honestly, turned out pretty good. I mean, that is just barely clipping into the wall now. Just barely. Definitely tell, like, on this side where the major differences are. Like, it's not even touching the wall here. So, that might cause us some problems later on, but that's future Timber's problem. Hello, hello, hello. I think they want to get the update out before Christmas so people buy the game for the holidays, but it's probably going to be hard to do that. That would be awesome. I would love that. And I want them to make lots of money on this game too, so I have no problem with them doing that. That'd be the way to get people to buy the game, for sure. That would do it. Just checking things, all good, all good. How flush you made it is pretty impressive. Yeah, we get lucky sometimes. The issue is that none of the other sides are that flush, so it's kind of like random luck. Like, all the other sides are, like, just barely not touching, so it's such a weird... It's a tough mix to get right. You could tell where the sides I started on are a little bit sitting out, and the sides I'm ending on are, like, as tight as you can possibly get. But it's there. We did it. So that's a perk. And I think that's good enough to where it's not going to cause me, like, major problems down the road. There's always... Building up on something like this is always ridiculous, but it'll be alright. Send it. It's also hard with it, like... It's hard to know how much they're trying to get people to buy the game in early access. Because in theory, the more people that buy the game in early access, the less money you make because it's all discounted from like the final sale amount. If you bought it as like a full 1.0 game. You have to like, such a weird concept because you have to keep enough people playing that you get what you need out of early access. But you also don't want so many people playing that you sell millions and millions of copies of the game and then like no one comes back in the end. It's a weird... early access is definitely an interesting place. Definitely an interesting ride. Sure. Horrible. Hello? You there? What is this? Can I get to it? That's why they're trying to cater to the builders, though. We're the ones with imaginations that just keep building, at least us crazy ones. Oh, 100%. Why is this beast being so difficult right now? What is this? Had to get under the hood, apparently. What? Why is this like just low enough that the game is like, I'm not gonna register that you're trying to do. Oh, that doesn't help. I don't want one of those. Well, at least we built this side in a way that the game isn't totally hating me. But that is also weirdly off. I might have to build from the other side, get that grid right. Yeah, these ones are not that far off. Well, these ones are, I guess. It's actually more accurate to my first portions. Oh, Lord. Grids are weird. Wow, these are way out. I don't know how I come up with this stuff. I think you just found the Twitch command line? How do you have Twitch commands? You're too good at your cybersecurity. It's fine. Is it though? Is it though? Let's see. Literally are being so rude.
Didn't even need instructions.
Let me out, please. My first build to be the best example of what I can do with the original start of the game. That's why I built in the start area. I want my next build to be Very central with the new materials. That's a good way to do it. You're nitpicky, and you're saying it's fine? Ugh. Is this a competition now? Who can be the nitpickiest? I don't understand why this is being so picky, though. That's what I want to know. I'm nitpickier than Ludorev, though. That's all that matters. That distance, not bad. Some things, yes. No one else will see it. It's a good way to do it, though. I mean, that's sort of... Like, I know for the... I'm not saying this I am crazy when I build. So for me, this is a starter base. And so in my mind, like, this is me keeping it small. And then I'm waiting for the winter update to start, like, a city build. Kind of similar to, like, my sandbox, where, like, we're doing tons of bases and a lot of things. Same as doing siding, you'll notice everything. You really do. It's kind of an interesting part, because, like, that's why I've enjoyed streaming this stuff, because I've had so many people, like... You don't... Unless you're watching me build live, like, you don't really get to see the jank. You kind of just get to gloss over it as if it doesn't exist. And so it's always funny, like... The vast majority of people will literally never see what's happening here. Ever. These details... It's sort of like when my wife does art. Like, she looks at everything from 2 inches in front of her face. And so she's so hypercritical of things that she does. And I'm like, you gotta step 10 feet back, because not a single other person is gonna see what you're looking at right now. Like, you are the only person looking at this degree. Or at, like, in this level of detail. And so it's very similar. Like, when I go to do, like, a base tour on the channel for this build, you guys... Everyone's gonna see it from here. Not a single person is ever gonna be like, oh, look at this. This one has like half a block, and this one has a quarter of a block in between it. Like, that's why I always try to say it's hard to listen to my own advice sometimes, but like worrying about the little tiny details with the off-grid stuff is only noticeable as soon as you move on to the next thing. You're gonna be like so over it, and you'll never see it again. And it'll only bug you in the moment. But yes, Tuesdays. It's Tour Tuesdays. And I don't believe we're going to be doing the live building competition finalist tour thing that I was trying to get to do. So we should just have normal Tour Tuesdays next week. Well, we 100% will have normal Tour Tuesdays next week. Because the competition now doesn't even finish until that Friday. We got time. Back to our regular schedules. Don't love that this is going inward more, though. Yes, Thief, this is all in survival. Don't you dare try to get in my base. Go. Get out of here. Leave. He's like, but my dad was here earlier. I feel bad. Wasn't me. Yeah, I only build in survival. I cannot... I get too burnt out building in creative. We see Ludorav's base. Well, I guess I don't even have him on the list, actually, now that I think about it. So, I've been waiting for, like, a lull where we don't have 15 people to get through in the base reviews, but we just keep getting more. Oh, no. Unfortunately, we just keep having more people want base reviews. The whole point of this entire thing. Crazy. But, most likely not next week. Everyone that's potentially going next week has been like hounding me. constantly asking when their base is going to be reviewed. So I'm hoping that we, or I'm trying not to postpone this group of people. And yeah, I know Ludarev's not going to be too disappointed about that. I definitely want to show it off, but it's... The challenge of the base tours is making sure everyone's base gets viewed eventually. Ugh, this keeps getting worse. Yeah, get the new folks. Yeah, that's one of the harder balances is like new people and re-reviews. Just trying to get everyone all the time. Do it. It's the last one. Just do it. Why you gotta be like this? Do it. Attached to that one, though. I don't get this grid to go. Won't. Yeah, as much as I want to review everyone's base 100 times and see everything, it's definitely a challenge. Ah. Okay. There are significantly more pro builders in Grounded 2 than Grounded 1. I think so. Ugh. That's not good. That bugs me a little bit. I don't know. That angle's really bad. Ugh. I wonder if there's a way I can, like, destroy a couple of these and build from both sides and meet in the middle slightly better. I'd say there's some really good builders that have sort of come out of nowhere, for sure. But overall, it feels like maybe slightly less. I mean, there's just been so many builds in Grounded 1 and so many people building for so much longer. And to say, like, someone's a pro and someone's not, like, we have so few materials to work with. It's a lot harder to be really good at building right now, I think. But the people that are building really good are, like, the people that have been really into Grounded 1 at the same time. And I'm like, it's like me and Ludarev and Alfredo and like a handful of people that were all long-time Grounded 1 builders that are all sort of maybe finding the channel more so than anything else. So, like, the community has more really good builders in general, just because I think now I'm really the only person building at this point, it feels like. In terms of streamers. I know there's, like, a handful of random people and stuff, but the majority of people streaming are not mega builders. But I think in the long run, there will be more good builders in Grounded 2. I think the potential is there that down the road there will be more people, because there's, from what I've seen, the game is going to be better than the first one in the long run. But we have a long ways to get there, is the struggle. It's bare bones because of the limit, so it's more architectural stuff than anything. Still very early in the build, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to find people that are building really cool stuff that's really small on, like, the pro build level, like Niles, like, level of detail. Just like, most of those builders are the type of people that want to build massive, really big bases. And so a lot of those people are kind of stuck in limbo right now in many, many ways. Not really able to do much. Definitely need a snap point rotation hotkey. That wouldn't suck. Probably because I didn't know the channel till recently. That'd do it. Didn't follow when I played the first Grounded. Yeah, I was really small in terms of like a channel. We've grown a lot because of Grounded 2. A very quick time. I mean, I didn't even really get... I had really cool builds in Grounded, but they came so late into the game that, or at least I
didn't even need instructions.
I didn't start, I mean, I was building really big things the whole time, but I didn't really start doing consistent content. I didn't start streaming until like the 1.4 update, so there was a lot of time, like, the builders weren't part of this community at that point in time. I think I might go with the gap. I don't think this side's gonna have that same issue as... Let's do that. Save some time. I think the most exciting part of the future of Grounded 2 is how much the building changed over time in Grounded 1. And if we were starting here, I can't wait to see what we end up with. Yeah, I think the same thing. Like, it's not just... Like, Grounded 1's building was so fun and so good. And now they're in the second game where they've learned a lot of lessons. They understand more of the potential. I think the biggest thing that Grounded 1 struggled with is developers were not expecting anywhere near the amount of player base that they got. Like, it was their first ever survival game. They had never done anything like this before. They've created a lot of really, really good games, but they had never done a game quite like this. And so I think everyone was pretty surprised that the game was like so good and ended up so good. But it was never made with the expectation that it would be that popular. So now that that expectation is there, like, the game's great, people want this, and we want to go to that like next level, it's much easier for them to say, like, okay, this is how we fix all the problems that the first game had from the start. And you don't have to deal with, like, there's not going to be necessarily the same limitations that the first game had because of the engine that they built it on. They're already saying that they want to do more build-based type things in the game. I mean, they've got, like, base moving in there, Mushroom 2.0, like, we've already got new materials in the very, very first update. We got new materials, so I expect big things. Knife and I knew you would, though. Once Grounded 2 came out, I was like, okay, here we go. I really did need it. It was huge. Without it, we never would have gotten... I don't know how we would have grown to the degree we have so quickly. Which reminds me, self-plug, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that on YouTube. It's free, and we need like 14 more people or something till we hit 4,000 subscribers. And 4,000 sounds so much better than 3,900. So help me out if you can. Because gosh dang it, we need more people in this awesome community. We really do. Too many cool people here to not keep growing. If viewers really want to see small, cozier builds versus mega builds, like Grounded viewers in general, no, I think the vast majority of builders want to see ridiculous, crazy. Absolutely. The people watching streams like mine want to see ridiculous. For sure. Yeah, that's more acceptable, I think. Even potentially lost one more. Line this one up better. That'll work. Not perfect, but I'm okay with that. This is probably the least important side overall, so better. Yes, Louis Reb, thank you. Actually, the YouTube link worked, right? Let me know if that worked properly. I think I finally fixed it. I forgot to mention it last night. Love some sort of old school traps from around the place. Snares, deadfalls, the swinging log from Predator. That would be honestly pretty epic. I mean, I think they have said, like, in some of the casually grounded streams that they want more, like, traps and base defense type things, so I think there's absolutely potential for those things. But with the raid system the way it is, you don't need them as much, so I'm interested to see kind of how they approach some of those things. But they've absolutely, and I've had it specifically, one thing I can say that I've heard from the devs is that they absolutely want to focus on the builders and what we want and need out of the game. I was really hoping I could just put this up here. But I cannot. Go on a leaf? Of course not. Why would it? Dang it. Oh. Probably reach. You love your content, but I wish I had more options for smaller builds. In what way, I guess? Like more... like how a lot of other builders do like guides for smaller stuff? Is that what you're saying? Or like seeing smaller stuff for ideas from my type of builds? I love Burgle's Lost Logs. Yeah, I love Burgle Lost Logs as well. They're awesome. I think the struggle right now is like I'm just building a survival base that's massive that fits everything. But what I loved about what I was doing late in Grounded 1 was the sandcastle sandbox build thing that I made. Specifically because it had everything. So it had massive castles, but it had really small buildings as well. So it hit that level of, this is huge and ridiculous, but at the same time, if you pay attention and you look like it's a city, so you have this mega build that's ridiculous, but then when you break it down, at the end of the day, it was just a lot of small buildings all kind of put together into a city. And so I was really enjoying, because I like building some of those smaller bases as well, but it's more in the sense that I like building them as part of a bigger project. And so for me, that's like the perfect, which is once we get the winter update, we'll finish this out and we'll probably start building like a mega city of some kind, assuming we get, we get at least mushroom brick. I'm really hoping we'll get pine cone with tier 3 materials. We'll get burr with tier 3 materials. We'll get ash cement with tier 3 tools, not materials. We get tier 3 tools, which allows us to get the tier 3 materials that you need to build those other things. And then we'll get into that like mega city type stuff where we'll have the small buildings that we can all kind of work off of and give those inspirations. But right now, building a city or a village of any kind is like, feels too limited at the moment is my only issue with it. If I had enough stems, gotta be living the life, right? It's definitely a challenge. I mean, I spend like 30 to 45 minutes collecting all these stems, filling both sides of these up before stream. So you can do it really fast. You just kind of have to find a good spot and like a repetitive... Like, I know exactly where I'm going to go collect all the materials for stream and stuff every time. I have a really good run that I do. And that's... Part of it is figuring out that run. But then, as soon as we get to the city level builds, we will,
Let's go.
most likely be
Give me a
building
hand
out
here,
some of those,
bud.
like, slightly smaller
Before I
buildings as
quit.
well because of it. In theory. But that was why I got to build big buildings, I got to build castles, I got to build one-off random, like a smithing, or like a blacksmith's house, and it's all the random stuff. I don't even remember everything in that, but it had a really good mix of big and small. Back to work, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out, Reaper. But like on the terms of Burgle's Lost Logs, I'm more of a cumulative builder. So for me, I want to see something start like with a small thing and just grow and grow and grow, and I want to keep building and building and like expanding upon this in more of like a world building sense. Not necessarily like story building in the same way that like Luderav does stories, but I like seeing this thing start as this one build and then it grows and just gets massive and keeps going. Whether it's small buildings, big buildings, it sort of does it all. But like Burgle's Lost Logs is more, they want to create a survival build in every single, like a normal base, survival base in every single location that they possibly can to show it off. And it's just a slightly different approach to it, because there's still like mega building in many ways, but it's just a slightly different maybe thought process behind the builds themselves. But I really enjoy Burgle's Lost Logs. I was trying to get them to do more YouTube content, but it's a lot more effort, so. Hopefully they will push the building materials with the tool progression. I have a feeling that they won't be ready to reveal everything that the tools would be able to farm. No, I think we're gonna get... I think we're in store for a lot of really cool things. And we have no clue what we're in store for. Like, the way I like to think of it is if the first boss we got is the biggest boss the game has ever had in Axel, and that's, like, in my mind, that's replacing, like, the Broodmother. Like, if that's where we're starting, like, good things are on the horizon, for sure. Very good things are coming. But I'm enjoying the way they're, like, approaching the whole thing, too. Not over-promising, and things that they just can't do, like the ladybug being like, hey, it's just not working out the way we want. Like, hey, I'm all good with that. I'd rather have them test something and go, ooh, it doesn't work. Let's not do that, instead of like, oh, well, we spent all this time on it. Who cares? Throw it in. It sucks, but let's just do it anyways. That would suck. What did that poor Weevil do to you, Timber? He was in my way. He was looking for evidence from the previous kill of the other Weevil, and I can't let him... They'll uncover it all. They'll ruin the whole thing. What's the point of having a wolf spider if you can't hide the bodies? Have you been in contact with the OG Grounded 1 off-grid builders just to let them know how their thought process is growing? Not necessarily, honestly. I haven't seen or talked to Arteiros in a while now. I think Arteiros was mostly interested in just the concept of me doing an off-grid build video, which we haven't done yet, so we gotta get on that, but we're a little ways off. That's too important of a video for this channel to, like, rush, so I gotta take my time with it. I have the script and everything written out, but until we have mushroom brick, I'm not sure it really makes sense to try to do the video, because it's like missing the best possible way to build off-grid with the mushroom brick pillars. Without those, it's kind of like... I want the video to encompass Grounded 1 and Grounded 2, but obviously I want the main focus to be more on Grounded 2, of course. I mean, theoretically, once you have the mushroom pillars, making the video for Grounded 2 is making the build for making the video for Grounded 1, because the techniques are exactly the same, but really need that mushroom to do it justice. The ant and the spider are good buggies. I'm not upset if we don't get a third buggy until summer. I'm pretty sure we're still getting the ladybug. We're not getting it in the capacity that I guess we were thinking we were, if that makes sense. I don't remember exactly how they said it. I think the original idea was that we would get... The original idea was that the ladybug was going to be more of a multiplayer style buggy. And what they figured out very quickly is that ladybugs are not big enough for multiple players. Like, it's too small of a bug to accomplish, like, realistically doing what they wanted to do. So I think we're still getting the ladybug in the winter update. I think we're just getting maybe a slightly different version than what they originally talked about, because when they showed like the community garden stuff, like the concept art for it, they showed some of the concept art, and like along with Jade found some of the random concept art and stuff too for it. And so I think the community got a little ahead of themselves, thinking like this is what's happening, when they were like, well, I mean, yes and no. Ladybug's a thing, but it just may not be the multiplayer bug that we thought it was going to be. I'm thinking more of it's going to be like a battering ram type of a buggy of some kind. Not really sure what else they do with it if it doesn't have like a turret and multiplayer functionality to it. Wait till the time feels right for it. Yeah. It's worth it. I mean, for me, it's gonna be a video on par with the top 10 tips to build better in Grounded video, which is far and above the best video on my entire channel. So it's like, I see the success of that video being in that rough range. So rushing it is just ruining the potential to have the banger of a video that everyone wants, and I want to do it properly too. Would you? No? Sometimes. Cockroach would be a good multiplayer, lots of resistances and big. That, or when we get the I'm assuming we're getting black ox beetles eventually. Or a replacement of it, maybe, if that's what it is. Something along those lines, but yeah, it's something in that scale. Like, it really does have to be massive. But if we were gonna do that level of thing anyways, it makes more sense to not just be like, oh, this is a battle buggy sort of thing. Like, it makes a lot of sense for it to be more along the lines of like a mobile base, I guess, for lack of better words. Like, if it's gonna have turrets, like, I want to be able to put storage on it. I want to make it a mobile base if it's gonna be that scale of a buggy. But just a buggy that has like turrets on it is kind of like, that's kind of lame. One of the things, like, if you don't use the turrets, it kind of feels pointless. So why not make it something that builds upon the idea in general? Like, have it do more. Because some people aren't going to use it as a battle buggy, so it would just never get used. But if they made it a mobile base that also could do sort of the battle buggy type archetype, then it seems really fitting. You okay with people DMing you pictures of their builds on Discord, or do you prefer it if they just share them on the server? Either or. I love people sharing their builds on the Discord itself, just because I know everyone else on the Discord wants to see builds and stuff, but if you're not comfortable with that, don't feel like obligated to. Definitely understand not everyone wants to show their stuff off and have the world see it. But I have no problem looking at DMs and stuff. I get DMs on Discord all the time now because I'm doing the base tour things, so. What's that one being supported? Where is it?
Take your best shot, Bugs.
Get out of there. God. Right, man, I'm gonna lurk and crash. Have a great rest of your stream. You can lurk and crash as long as you don't start sending random messages in an hour, alright? Creeped everyone out last night. It was so funny. I was like, started talking. I was like, oh, what's up, Lude? I thought you were just making a face because it was right when the glitch happened. Like, literally right when the spinning, the rotation glitch happened. And I was like, oh, he saw it. He's morally supporting me right now. And I'm like, wait a second. He's asleep. He's just randomly hitting buttons, apparently. Working on something. I'm gonna take a few pictures and share them. Obviously, no rush in looking at them. Sounds good. Happy to. Happy to help where I can. Okay. It's 100% an accident. I was passed out. Yeah, that's what was so confusing. I was like, there's no way he fell asleep like on his keyboard, right? Like, there's no way.
Didn't even need instructions.
Maybe it was on his phone, but he like crashes. So I was so confused. In a funny way. But I did start talking to you, and Alfredo was like, I don't think he's here. I think it was an accident. But sounds good, man. Enjoy, get some rest. And we'll catch you on the next one. Would you leave the Weevil alone? Leave him alone. Wouldn't it be a bit OP if the Ladybug buggies were mobile bases? Yeah, that's why I was thinking more of like a late game bug or something. Would make probably more sense. Like a Black Ox Beetle or something. That's just, it has to be on a different scale, I think, for it to make any sense. It really has to be on a large scale for it to make any sense, I think. But some type of mobile base would be pretty cool. I think the Ladybug might be too early of an option to really, like, fit that. Because, like, as you said, it might be too overpowered or too much to get it, like, right in the beginning of the game. Like, oh, you can just get a Ladybug right off the bat, and then you just have a base, and then no one builds bases anymore. So it probably needs to be something on a large scale that's a much more difficult bug to get. It's a much more difficult thing to, like, obtain for it to make sense without just, like, ruining things. It's always a tough balancing system to get right. Plus, the Ladybug is too small. in reality, I think. Maybe not, but I think it's too small. At least that's the way my brain sees it. Which, I mean, realistically is the whole reason they said they're not doing it as the like multiplayer turret-based thing, because it wasn't the right size. As long as they make it so it takes enough damage. Make it more risky, kind of like if your car home... if your home goes to the shop, no car. Yeah, true. There definitely would be some major downsides to that side of a base, like, oh no, my buggy died and everything that was on it was gone, or something like that. That would be too punishing, but if it's gone, if all your stuff's gone till your buggy respawns, that would suck. In a good way. Like, that'd be the right amount of punishment. For sure. Could make it really fun. I really enjoy that type of, like, risk reward is how I like to view a lot of games. OP is fine as long as the risk is very high. Let's make a day real quick. Who knows, though? They may not make any type of mobile base anyways.
That hit the spot.
Or at least a buggy may never become that. That might just be an interesting thought that I've had, but doesn't actually work in reality. Balancing-wise might be really difficult. But it could be interesting. But in some way, shape, or form, we have moving bases as well on the roadmap. So you may not need a moving base if you've got, or you may not need a mobile base if you've got a moving base, or you can move your base. It doesn't really, it's not clear if it's, there's not enough information on it to know if it's like, what is it, small lands where like you can bring your base to someone else's world, or if it's like actually you can move it somewhere. Really hard to tell. You could put an off-grid build guide now. You're currently proving how awesome it can be. Now you can do an updated version when the mushroom stuff comes out. I could, but my only hesitation with it is that, so what I'm showing you is, it's the same exact concept. So what it is scaffolding and pillars allow you to unsnap from grid, so you can snap on and off whenever you want. They both do the exact same thing. The issue is that scaffolding is so frustrating to work with compared, because the major difference is that when you're placing scaffolding, the scaffolding visually has one wall thickness thinner, if that makes sense, than the block itself. So when you build a square, as you can see, the scaffolding fits inside the square. Whereas when you get mushroom pillars, they are a perfect square. Like, the top of the mushroom pillar is an actual square. So it takes, scaffolding is like a guessing game, because if you line this up directly even with this wall, naturally I can't do it. If you line this up, this is how you have to line this up. One wall short. So when you're trying to line things up, you always are guessing how thick that wall is. You're always guessing how, like, if you're gonna do it. If you're gonna do, excuse you? It's a horrible spot to do it. None of these spots are good for this. But in theory, what you're trying to do with any off-grid build is get the corners to line up as close as humanly possible. And the issue is that you're not actually lining these corners up, you're lining up the theoretical corners of where this wall actually is. And so it's really finicky, I guess is the easiest way to put it. And so making a video on the finicky method is really difficult to like properly describe. Whereas when you use a mushroom pillar, the difference is, and we can't really show it off perfectly, but if you assumed the top of this thing was an actual perfect square like the mushroom pillars are, it is built on the same exact plane as where the wall is placed. So it removes that like guessing game visually, because you just line the corners up. You line them up and it works perfect every time. Like, it is so exponentially more simple to do that doing the video and then doing it again when all I need to do is wait another 3 months maybe to do it, to get the full effect, like to do it properly, is just how I would prefer to do it. Like, it would suck to teach everyone. So essentially, I'm doing it the wrong way, but it's just the only option. If you're in Grounded 1 right now, you can go place a mushroom pillar and rotate it however you want, line up the corners, and just go nuts. Like, it's when you see the difference of how easy it is like, oh my gosh, why would anyone teach you how to do it that way? Like, it's like counterintuitive. And so I think it'd be more frustrating. It would be fine for the people that are like, I want to build off grid and I'll do whatever it takes. But I think what I want to do is make it as absolutely as approachable as possible. And so I'm going to teach people the stem scaffolding technique, because there are applications where that is the best option. But by not teaching the mushroom pillar version, it's like trolling people almost, because it's so much easier. And I'd rather just do the video right the first time. Yeah, and that is also the other side of it, is, yeah, I don't necessarily know if Mushroom 2.0 is going to be exactly the same. I have no clue. My best guess is Mushroom Pillar 2.0 is going to be some type of like dye system, or visually the bricks change, or the way it's made is changed, or it's going to have a combination of materials with like stem, or you're going to need to use other things for it. Like, it's the way it's going to be made up. But in terms of like, other than visually changing it and allowing for some type of customization, like, the walls are going to be roughly the same, the pillar roughly the same. So I think in theory it should be the same for that purpose, but yeah, I don't really know until then. How do you get rid of the scaffold after you built whatever you're building? Mine always carries the support. There's a handful of ways to do it. These are also things that I want to go over in the video, and so like I'm still discovering some of these issues, because in Grounded 1, off-grid building for me was almost like a happy mistake, where I got really good at building something way over here and something way over here and having them clash into each other at some point. And I didn't have a great until I met a couple other off-grid builders, and we started like putting our brains together. They had a technique, I had techniques. We kind of discussed all the different techniques and how each one works, and it kind of changed the way all of us think about it and how to describe it and make it so much more simplistic. And so I'm still learning some of those specifics, like how do you fix, like scaffolding is exponentially more difficult to hide than any of the other materials. Mushroom pillars are so much smaller, it's so much easier to hide, but vision is too long. But the way, so there's, I don't know, 2 or 3 ways to think about how to get rid of these. Oh, stuff's up here. Sounds good, peasant. No, I'll definitely take a look at it. Probably be tomorrow, most likely, but I will definitely take a look at it. this is the easiest place to explain since I'm already kind of doing this.
Didn't even
So
need
you build the
instructions.
scaffold, you build the block, you do whatever you want. As always, this is always going to show supporting 2. There's sort of 2 ways to, 2 or 3 ways to think of it. One, bro, these things. So the first one is patience. If you build, in my experience, 9 times out of 10, if you're patient with the build system will reward you. For a lack of a better word, better way to describe it. Eventually, so like every single one of these, so like this is a grid, that's a grid, this is a grid, this is a grid. So like right here alone, there's 8 or 9 grids building this like curved wall. As you can see, some of these things are a little goofy. Better not be destroying my base over there. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted, but I think this butterfly is gonna try to ruin my life. Yeah, it is.
I'm straight up turning into Max Jerky.
No, I was trying to help you. Right? Trying to help you all. So, yes, patience. 9 times out of 10, everything here had scaffolding below. If you give it 10 in-game days, 20 in-game days, 60 in-game days, I can't promise you it's going to be a specific amount of days to where it's just going to work. But eventually, in my experience, the support system, after X amount of days, X amount of time, will just give up. For a lack of better way to describe it. Like, especially with the off-grid stuff too, it kind of works twofold. So if you can't place a block, like if you're building off-grid and you're trying to get something like this wall to sort of sit in another wall, if it's not placing, come back to it in a week. Like, keep building, move on to a different piece, come back to it, and that location obstructed thing will probably go away. Because the game just, it just forgets about it somehow. So it works for the building side of pieces. If you're like determined, I had something I worked on for 6 months in Grounded 1. One corner piece on the entire top of the pagoda base, one piece of the corner that has hundreds of pieces would not place. 6 months down the road, I just randomly was like, I'm going to try to build this thing. I forgot about it for a long time. It let me build the piece randomly. And it was for months. I couldn't get it to work. So patience is a weird technique that makes no sense, and I can't describe to you why that works. 2, you can do... The idea is build things that, in theory, would start supporting. So build around these things. So like this is still supporting. Sometimes if you just build enough stuff around what you're trying to build, and this only works in certain situations, of course. So like here, it's not super happy to do it, so it doesn't always work, but sometimes just building around what you're doing is enough. In my experience, one of the best things you can do and the most consistent, which is this is thanks to Alfredo, the Impasta, build scaffolding away from it, because now this makes this think that this is now the piece. So now you can just move it. Now that doesn't 100% work. That is probably the easiest solution though, is build scaffolding back away. It seems slightly counterintuitive because you're just adding more scaffolding and it doesn't always work, but you can always just destroy the new one you built. That tends to be the most consistent one, but building supports around it, you're just trying to like trick the game into thinking that what you're doing is actually something that should be happening.
Let's go!
But the scaffolding one is probably the most consistent in my experience now. But sometimes you end up with 5 scaffolding things then, and like it's you kind of have to think of it as like trial and error. Some of them are going to work, some of them are not going to work. Every situation is slightly different. That one, the scaffolding worked. I could not get the scaffolding here specifically to work because there was scaffolding like this. Like around this entire thing like this. Every single one of these, eventually, just the system decided it no longer needed support. And I wish I had a better explanation for why that's a thing, but it is what it is. Checking that out sounds good, Cinderman. Seems that getting to the ground works as support. Yeah, is the entire goal and the entire idea behind all three of, I guess, the patience one is just outweight the game and you're rewarded. The other two are purely find new ways to connect the piece you just built to the ground itself. Everything wants to be supported by the ground. Specifically dirt. I found that rocks, anything that's like a big rock will not ever support. So like this type of rock, this is never, it's like hollow. So the game will never wants to think that this is gonna ever support something properly. But if you can find new ways to connect it to dirt, then it tends to work a lot of the times. But it's kind of find new interesting ways to clip like the pebble foundations or the walls underneath and around it, and eventually it'll just kind of support itself. And also a big part of that is it doesn't always work, but when you're building your base out, try to always think where the pieces are going to show. So like it didn't matter here, but every single one of these had scaffolding in here because I knew that I was going to be able to build on this side and this side inwards, and worst comes to it, I'll just block it off and no one will ever know that they're there. So that alone is probably the easiest technique, is think of how, while you're building it, try to think of how you're hiding it at the same time. But I had a couple pieces like of scaffolding sitting right here that just literally would never go away, and randomly one day it just said 0 supported, and for no reason. Because I tried everything. I tried scaffolding, I tried supports all around it. I built this thing out to like into this rock. Like I did everything I could, and the game was just not about it. So it's trial and error is really the best way I can describe it at the end of the day.
Little tight around the muscles.
But you have the right idea with the concept of get to the ground. Get to the chopper. Or like this kind of piece. Like this is persistence at its finest. For some reason this piece worked. For some reason this piece won't work. I just randomly run by this and try to like flip it once a day. And eventually I guarantee, like I 100% guarantee that will allow me to flip it just one random day for no reason. I've seen it work too many times. I know for a fact that persistence will work. Enjoyed watching you tonight, Timber. I was here most night lurking. Keep up the good work. You were awesome. Going to get to bed. Sounds good. Spirit, appreciate you hanging out. Lurking or not. It never, just so everyone knows, I am a massive stream lurker myself, so never feel bad or anything. Don't feel like you have to chat if you just want to hang out and watch me build. Because that is what I used to do. I used to sit and watch someone build while I played the game and build myself. And so I rarely chatted in a lot of streams, but I was always just chilling in them. And that is plenty support. Nothing wrong with lurking. Yeah, it is very odd, Peasant. It's very odd. I wish I had, like... Beer, I'm doing that right now. Exactly. It's the best way to do it. As long as I have 1 or 2 people here, I could talk to myself all night, honestly. I talk too much. I never stop talking. My family never stops telling me that I talk too much, so there's a reason I do this. But I absolutely loved just building while lurking, while watching other people for inspiration. I wanted to kill you. I need your gold card. Oh, coming back. But yeah, some of the building things, like a lot of players will never fully experience because they don't push the limit of building in this game anywhere near the way I do, but yeah, Peasant. Yeah, there's just weird things like that that make no sense. They just work that way, but eventually they'll work. They don't make sense. Something about the way they built those triangle pieces, they like, when you flip it, you can see that it sits slightly different. So it's definitely one of those things that it's just the way that they modeled it. I've seen that with a lot of the way they built things in this game. It's probably like the one, as like I've done a lot of 3D modeling in my life, and I've noticed that instead of using like just a texture, they have modeled these as they are modeled exactly the way they look, instead of like a visual texture over a flat piece. Like these are built so really like every bump here is actually on it, and you can really notice it if you try to build a bounce tower in the first grounded game with Mushroom.
Gross! Gross!
There is like one block, or one brick right in the center of a mushroom brick wall that when you're bouncing up an elevator, a bounce elevator tower, it will shoot you off of it because you hit that one little brick. And that is like just the way that they decided to model the assets in this game. You can see that they're just like, they're built slightly weird. It's like, that sits like that, and that is like, as you can see, just, it's so minuscule, but because it has two different sides of the piece, and they're not perfect circles like the little, whatever the pine pieces here. They're not perfect circles. One side sits slightly prouder than the other side. And so when you try to do it, something about this side of the texture is clipping and hitting. I'm assuming from experience that it's hitting this, like, this part of the lamp just slightly different than that side is. Just enough that the game says, oh, location obstructed. Good luck. Last time this happened, you guys destroyed half my base. Not happening. Oh, my kill too. What is my ant doing down here? Do the same. I lurk in your channel when I build. It's perfect. I love it. It makes building so much more fun, watching someone else build at the same time. For me, luckily I enjoy the interaction with people enough that I can just build without it, but that's how I like it. Sure wish that the pine shingles went the correct direction. I've always thought that was so funny. It's like, it's not enough to bug me, honestly, but I know it drives everyone else insane. I kind of just moved on, even though, like, architecturally, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So it is funny that someone, I don't know who modeled it, but the vast majority of people modeling stuff in video games are not architects, so those type of details are really, really easily overlooked. Why? Be butterflies. Sometimes I try to place those triangles under a roof piece. It doesn't let me. I remove the roof piece, place the piece, remove the piece, add the roof, and finally it lets me place the piece under the roof. Yes. Not sure, Peasant, if you've seen my top 10 tips to build better ungrounded, but order of operations is one of the most important build techniques in this game. The order in which you place the blocks that you're trying to build absolutely it absolutely matters. It changes everything. If something's not working and you feel like when you look at it, you think that it should work, build it in the opposite order. Switch the way you're doing it. You're building roof first and then you're putting triangles, swap it, build triangles first, then roofs. It is so random, but there are just a few things like that the game just can't understand why, sometimes, why it works the way it does, but that is Definitely one of the techniques that I have gotten really good at. Persistence. Persistence in building, I guess, is the simplest way to describe it. So often little things like that happen, and your persistence alone will make the difference, as weird as that is to say. Half triangle is correct, which can make things look kind of awkward, yeah. And like, because in the first game with the crow roofs, they have just a slight concave shape to them. So the roof goes just, it's so minuscule. But because of that, the majority of the quarter triangle pieces won't build properly with it. So if you build, oftentimes, if you build the triangle first and then try to put the roof over it, it doesn't have as big of an issue. But it's a really weird, it's a weird one. Definitely a weird one sometimes. Let's see if I missed anything out here. Moves like Jagger, welcome. Thank you for the follow. You're having a good night. God, I can just pause at my material.
For my test, it'd be so boring if you die right away.
But yeah, it's kind of amazing how far persistence will get you in this game in terms of building. I think far too many people give up a little too quick. I feel like that's all done. I'm trying to see if there's anything else to do, but I don't think there is. Gold card? No.
Take a breath, big guy.
And we have a lot of work to do, but I'm just saying in terms of finishing the outside repetitive parts. Ugh, that sucks. They had to make this slightly off. What's the armor, by the way? Haven't seen it. It's the founder pack, so it's a skin, not an armor. If you buy the $39.99 version of the game instead of the $29.99, you get 4 skins that are purely aesthetic. I'm still using the Mantis armor. But I like the Mantis armor, but visually I think this one just looks really cool. Gladiator style sort of thing. And my channel only exists specifically because Obsidian has made such a great game, so for me it made sense to spend a little bit of extra money on it, even though it doesn't offer anything other. The soundtrack and like the art book thing you get are pretty cool, so that part's worth it, but this game has done so much for me that I couldn't help but give back. Didn't know they were a thing. Yeah, it's kind of a smaller, I don't feel like they've really talked about it or promoted it a ton. Thanks for the kind words. What? Obsidian in the house. What's up? How's it going? Oh no, we're about to get raided. Run away. Get out of the base now. You guys make me feel special. What are you guys doing in here?
Yeah.
Crap. I'm not breaking the game. I swear. All of this is exactly how it's intended. I'm not Seedinky, I promise. At least not openly Seedinky. But I'm also breaking your build system at the same time, so. Don't change it, though. It's amazing. It's perfect. Why is that happening? I'm definitely not breaking things. But also, Obsidian, thank you for making such an amazing game. Doing awesome things. You guys are the best. And for those who don't know, we're currently supporting Extra Lives. If you have some extra cash, instead of buying a cup of coffee tomorrow, think about donating some money to Extra Lives. It's an amazing, amazing charity. Obsidian is looking to make... Obsidian is looking to raise $30,000, and myself and a bunch of other content creators are looking to help that amazing cause. They will be starting, I think their streams start on the 8th, if I'm not mistaken. And if I'm wrong, it's Jade's fault. It's not me. But we're doing an awesome charity event going through the November 7th on our side as a community. Content creators has come. You start the 6th, it's Jade's fault. It's like the 3rd time he said the wrong date, too. As funny as that is. So yeah, you guys start on the 6th. We have a build competition, an art competition, and then the Peeper Challenge, which is just a fun little game mode that the guys kind of came up with. Is a challenge mode to do.
This shit's happening up.
There are links in the description on the YouTube video stream and also on Twitch in my About Me section as well, if you would like to donate to those. If you can't donate, just hanging out and supporting is awesome. And also taking part in the build competition and art competitions are a huge way to help as well. Get that exposure out there. And all the money that the community brings together also is being added to the $30,000 total that Obsidian's shooting for. So everything helps Obsidian at the end of the day for helping Extra Lives. We're just trying to do our part for an amazing cause. As I get destroyed by raids. Why are you in there? Why is everyone in a rock right now? What is this? Yes, Team Obsidian for Extra Life. How's it going, Moobs? Eric, right? I believe, right? Moobs. Pretty sure. You guys are killing it, Jade. Yeah. Finally got your internet fixed. Thank goodness. That took forever. That sucks. That's way too long. First time you see my face, here it is. Take it in.
Yeah.
The greatest community manager in history. Hey, Tiny Pirate, what's up? It really is. Moves is the best.
Go get him.
The one, the only. No, there really is no other. There's no. I've streamed other games and done stuff, and I have never had the support from a developer team like the way you guys have. It's honestly incredible. I mean, Options reached out and was looking for like our game-breaking mega build saves to help with performance and stuff. Like, you guys are so on top of it. It's freaking awesome.
Ro doesn't know which way is up. Give him a moment.
Oh, thank you. Finally. I was like, where did this mite go? He's like in his own world. All right, finally, I think I can go to sleep and make a day. But glad to have you back, Ace. Glad everything's working finally. I was wondering, for a second there, I thought you fell off the face of the earth, and I was like, is everything okay? I hope. Hopefully it's just internet, but that's a long time with no internet. We know builders are a very important part of the community, so we're cooking on some things. Oh, don't get me excited. Don't get me too excited here. Just, like, you made my night saying that. I already know you guys were cooking. Like, I have no... There's no worries in my mind that you guys are going to cook with this game. The first game was so good. Now you guys have, like, free reign to do so much more and on such a big scale. Like, I have no hesitation in knowing that this game's going to be absolutely ridiculous by the end of it. Because it's already good from the start. Very cool. Tiny, have you improved your Peeper challenge yet? Have you beat 86? It makes me not want to even try. My first test was 65, and I'm like, there's no way I'm getting 86 on this. It's literally impossible. I'm like, I might need to stay in my lane and just keep building. Not yet, but I know I could beat it for sure. Dude, that's ridiculous. I don't stand a chance. Essentially, the person who wins is going to perfect this. Like, there's no other way around it. You guys are way too good at this. You made mistakes and did too much backtracking. I'm amazed that you were able to get the ant and do all of that in that time frame. Because I completely skipped the ant and I still couldn't do it. Like, I skipped the ant and just went for it. Now, I didn't get into the final area because I thought of the chair glitch just a little too late, and at that point I was like, I don't have enough time to get through it and beat the bosses to get the mysterious stranger, but I don't know how I'm gonna keep up with you guys. I haven't practiced enough. I don't stand a chance. But we will try. For charity, we will try our best. I just know I'm not going to be winning. That's for sure. Hey. Quiet down there. Shush. No one's asked you for anything. Quiet. Bad, spider. Bad. The ant helped a lot. I didn't know the chair glitch was permitted. I might need to rethink strats. Well, Jade's using it, so if Jade's using it, I think it's permitted, right? I think that makes sense. If the organizers are cheating, we're all allowed to cheat. Okay. I think we've done it. I think the outside, I mean, it's not done. I need mushroom bricks to build up to the top, but the base of the base is done.
Yeah.
Now what do I want to work on? I could build the rest of this dragon, which needs some work. Coming together, but it does need some work. Like, eventually I want to turn this into an eagle, not a dragon, but I need mushroom bricks and stuff for that to look I need the white. Can he make the jump? Yeah. Good. I'm the best. And I don't have my materials here. Oh no. Ow. The ant seems like it would be a good, if you can do the ant fast enough, it's a good technique. But I feel like the chair glitch is good enough that you could skip everything. The only part I don't know is the routing. If you can route with the chair without skipping the mantis, the orc mantis specifically. That's the main struggle. I need to finish all this. I have so much work to do. I gotta get it together, man. I've been slacking. Too much time off. Takes 20 to 30 minutes to get to the ant, but the chair glitch might work. Yeah, I mean, it's so simple. It's definitely much easier. It saves so much time, too. You don't have to get anything. There's no prerequisites or anything for it.
Didn't even need instructions.
Half tempted to do this mixer tonight, too, before stream ends. Tired of getting raided by the mysterious stranger, the masked stranger. But I want gold cards. It's a struggle. How do we decide? Devs, don't mind anything I'm doing right now. We are just breaking your game. You miss being raided? Don't tell me that. I don't want it. That's what I'm afraid of, is that I'm gonna miss it, and then I can't go back. That's like my biggest fear, is that I like want it, but I'm also like, in terms of like building, it's the most annoying. I really enjoy the raids, but while I'm building right now, they are like, they're always in the way. And I've done so many of them that I'm like, I don't need to keep doing these. But one day I'll regret it, and that's why I haven't done it yet. Just can't decide. You, sir, Timber, get out of the way. Seems that way, but they are a nice reprieve from building. I guess so. I just hate that I can't sleep. That's the biggest thing, is I don't want to build in the complete dark. Is the majority of the issue. And then you literally can't build when you want to sometimes. But that's life, right? You don't always get what you want. Ask the devs for an ant buggy saddle that has a pallet wagon. That would be great. The devs are here, Ace. Well, they were. They're on Twitch as well, if you didn't know. But Eric was in stream. Gathering. Yeah, gathering is typically what I do to take a break as well. More often than not. For me, it's like I just do my daily chores. A little bit of gathering before stream. Just relax, you know. Take it in. Enjoy the beautiful world that they've built for us to play in. Be happy. Without them, I'll reach the limit too fast. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of room left. I've seen the couple builds that we've reviewed recently that have hit the limit are quite a bit bigger than mine at this moment. I don't build as much as everyone does. Ace, no problem. Doing my part. What was something I wanted to tell Eric that they needed in the game? There was something specific that I was like, this needs to happen. I can't remember, though. A really small thing. Gosh, what was it? There's some really nitpicky thing that I wanted to be just annoying about. I can't remember what it was. How's everyone liking the Build M system so far? I feel like it was very foreign at first. Not sure how it is for Xbox people. That's what I'm kind of curious about. I've been wanting to do like a review on the Build M system to see how, if there's anything we can think of for like the future to add to it and stuff, or what it's lacking or how it could be better. Like it better as an Xbox player? Okay, good to know. That was my biggest thing, is compared to the Radial, it seems slightly more cumbersome, but on PC, it's like, it's so perfect. Seeing all of the pieces all at once and not having to do it and just like pop in between them with A and D is like so fast. And then still being able to use my mouse button to like instantly copy stuff, it's perfect. But I'm trying to think of other ways we can like maximize it to make it like really, really good. I'm not sure how yet though. I haven't thought of anything that could make it better yet. The console player, I would like the option to select between radial wheel or current. Yeah, I know you were kind of struggling with it. I remember that. I think the major issue, at least in my mind, is that maybe this is wishful thinking, but it feels like we're going to get so many items in the game by the end of it that a radial wheel will become so it'll be like so cumbersome because there's going to be so many items at the end of it that I think functionally it works now, but I think it's going to get to a point where it just won't work anymore. Or it'll take what was good about it and make it more of an inconvenience than the convenience. Whereas, like right now, the Build M probably isn't being utilized to its full extent, because I mean, when you think like we have mushroom stairs and like in theory, like how I saw the first game, more items of everything. So if you had grass stairs, acorn stairs, mushroom stairs, burr stairs, pebble stairs, like ash cement stairs, and all of that stuff, like this becomes so, the radials just start to have so many options that you have to start flicking through. I can see where it becomes limiting in the long run instead of good. Whereas like there's not as many items currently in the game, so that maybe the Build M feels slightly underutilized, but I think in the long run, I think it's gonna make a lot of sense. We're just not quite there yet, you know? It hasn't hit its own, come into its own. But I think we're gonna get there. That's my 2 cents on the subject, at least. Yeah, I think there's gonna be some growing pains while we truly wait for it to be where I think, and maybe I know Eric wouldn't confirm or deny, but I have a feeling that there's a lot of there's going to be a lot of new items and stuff added to the game in the long run with how many updates and everything there's going to be. So likely we're going to need something that can handle the larger scale of this game compared to like Grounded 1. Because even with what we have in the game now, and then just adding Pine, that's just one more click through the rotation. You have to like constantly be slamming whatever it was, like F. It was like F on keyboard or something. Let's see. Bill is right. Yeah, the like swap variants. Like if you had to swap through 20 walls or 20 stairs, like that gets to a point where it's no longer fun. It's not fast like it was. It's not efficient like it was. So it could be very infuriating by the end of it. Whereas the Build M allows for just a completely different scale in the long run. That's my wishful thinking. That it's going to be so big that the old system just couldn't handle it. You never know, though. That's just me just pulling that out of my butt. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. I just am speculating. The devs have never steered me wrong yet, you know? I have yet to be disappointed in the decision they've made in the long run. We may not understand it up front, but we also are working on a very limited amount of information compared to the people building the game, you know? I also want to do the mixer just to get rid of that raw science sound that constantly comes up every time I walk by it. Like this wall, the end of the builds here are just at the perfect range where it's just on and off constantly. I think they're going to get rid of off-grid building or incorporate it in a way. Well, if they get rid of it, I'm going to have some heated words with Eric, you know? I don't necessarily think that there is a way to get rid of it, but I don't really think it's something that could be maybe
work on their cardio.
I don't think with the way they built the game out. This is with my very limited knowledge of game development. I don't really think there's a way for them to like, not saying they couldn't get rid of it, but I don't really think there's a way for them to like incorporate it purposefully in any way, at least from the way that I understand game development and like 3D modeling. I know 3D modeling really well because I've done so much of it for architecture and stuff. So I know when you're building things, and I've helped a friend develop a game a little bit here and there, working on like assets with him and random stuff. And I think it'd be very difficult to... I think you'd have to have, unless you're changing the entire system in the way it works, I think you would have to like... it can't be an afterthought, I guess is the way I'd put it. It's not something that you can like retroactively add to the game. It's got to be something that you're thinking about from the beginning. So I think in theory, off-grid building is one of those things that I don't really think they could change too much about it. And I've been building off-grid since the first game, so I don't think they dislike it or care. I don't think it's hurting anyone. And I don't think it's breaking the game too incredibly badly yet. There's still time for us to ruin it all. For sure. But that's my slightly uneducated 2 cents on the subject. I don't think it's going anywhere. Only worry that we'll patch some of the floating build pieces I have. From experience, it won't affect them like backwards. So, like in the first game, they added the crow awnings, and the crow awnings for some reason allowed floating builds. Like you could build on top of the crow awnings and then delete them and anything would float on top of them. Like the structure was just broken for some reason. And they removed that feature, and it doesn't get rid of what you currently have. It just makes it so you can't do it again. So, in theory, in practice from previous experience, not that this game is exactly the same as the first game, by any means. So it's not a guarantee necessarily that that's how it functions or how it's going to work. But I'd be pretty surprised. Get out of here, you goofball. I'd be pretty surprised if it broke your builds. Typically, it just means you can't go back and add more. So if you didn't finish something, you can't go fix it now. Once they fix that kind of stuff. But it's pretty unlikely that the builds you're doing themselves are gonna like break in any way. Take that with a grain of salt, as always. But that's in my experience, most of the time the fixes are something that stops it, but it doesn't change what's already been done. In theory. Okay. Not great, not horrible. But yeah, there was a lot of random floating techniques. The structure has always been one of those things that seems to be fairly easy to break for some reason. Seems like every time it gets fixed, a new patch comes out, and then it like re-breaks some of those things again.
Didn't even need instructions.
Or as C Dinky has shown, there's always some random workaround. I very rarely have had anything like retroactively break while building. I've done a lot of breaking of the game mechanics, but never had too many issues outside of it. Oh, Eric, if you're still here, or Obsidian devs, #1 problem, pieces rotating still. That's the glitch. I forgot about it. And it happened I don't know how I forgot about it last night. I had another 50 pieces last night. When you log out, you quit to the main menu, and then you go back in, all the quarter pieces rotate again. I know that was a problem in the first game, so I'm sure you guys have dealt with it many times, but that's happening again. And it sucked. I had a sad night last night. Everything was fine. It wasn't the end of the world, but I was sad. Stream was sad. It's not the worst thing in the world to happen, but it did suck. I'll bring it up again. Yes, you're still here. Thank God. I know it's like an ongoing thing, so I don't expect changes instantly, but that is something we've been noticing again. It seems like it was fixed completely in Grounded 1. I wasn't having it happen anymore, but you're half listening. All good. All good. I definitely do not expect your undivided attention. But it's also epic. Just a little one for some people. Mouth is on fire and you got me hooked. Why is your mouth on fire? What? And I got you hooked? Hogwarts Legacy got you hooked. I had nothing to do. I'm just a vessel of someone who's played some great games. And that's a great game. I have to stream it. Oh, spicy chicken wrap? Making me hungry. I want a spicy chicken wrap. Dang it. not break it? Dang it. Just do that out of here. No wasted blocks. We need every block we can get. I'm guessing Juicy Burger is the name of the restaurant that you got it from. The dog is still downstairs. Sorry, Ducky. I don't think he's making an appearance tonight. Popeye's. I'd eat anything right now. I'm just hungry. Sorry, Ducky. Not his night, man. Sadly, he's... Oh. Nowhere to be found. I tried to lure him up with treats. That's how I know he doesn't want to come upstairs. Like, he normally, I say, hey, you want your treat? And he's immediately on top of it. Like, he knows exactly what he's getting. And tonight, he didn't want anything to do with it, so... Can't force him, you know? Gotta be his decision. Whiskey and a cigar? What are you just naming everything that makes me hungry and thirsty? All my favorite things. Spicy food alone is amazing. But now you gotta hit me with whiskey and cigars too? Like, what are you trying to do here, man? I want it all. Yes, I see how it is. I'm gonna have to stop reading your comments if you don't stop it. You're making me hungry. Going to look at my treehouse next. You are on the list for base reviews. Depends on how quickly we can get through them. I can't 100% promise it, but for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th on the list, but I still need 1, 2, 3. I still need 3 people to share their worlds, so you could be way further up. I just don't know yet. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. You want to be first? That's not how it works. Everyone wants to be first. You build that? No? Okay, cool. Grab a midnight snack. My wife might get mad. No, she won't care. She doesn't give a crap what I eat. The only time she'd be mad is if I went and got her food. Or if I went and got food and didn't get her some. That's the only time she's going to be frustrated. Couldn't care less if I want something. I just can't leave her out of it. She's not a good influence on that stuff, typically. As long as I come back with chocolate and yummies, we're good. It should be how it works. I mean, that seems unfair. There we go, got it. Go watch Bring Us Studios. Sounds good, sounds good. We'll get to your base, though, I promise. I promise. I'm not avoiding it or anything. We got a lot of people right now. The whole base review thing has taken off. In a way that I really hoped it would, but I wasn't necessarily expecting it to. Played for 2 hours and finally got to the open world done with the tutorial. Now it's fun. Now you just get to enjoy yourself, dude. I had so much fun playing Hogwarts Legacy. Great game. That and Grounded. 2 of my favorite games ever. Really enjoyed Hogwarts. Played through 6 times, but never got to the building side of it. Had plans to, but it didn't happen. If you're on PC, I highly, highly recommend doing what was the mod called? like the room of requirement, like the ROR, the roar, something like that. It was a mod that allowed you to place infinite, not infinite amount of items, but it allowed you to place an absolute ton. You could place 10 times as many items versus the regular, and it removed the requirement. You're on Xbox? Dang. It made building so fun. That was, for me, was like the biggest thing. That like changed the game. Because it's the room of requirement stuff is fun, but that mod made it so freaking cool. It just added the freedom. You could place anything anywhere. There was no like limitations or anything. So it was just perfect. So good. It made it very free. You pretty much do anything you wanted. With no worry.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
You'll get better with the fighting aspect of it, for sure. It takes a little bit of time, honestly, to get used to it at first. But you'll get used to it pretty quick. It was fun, though. It was so good. Too many grids going on. You heard nothing, Eric. No, nothing. Don't take away my off-grid building. But I appreciate you being here at the same time. This... yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I have like 400 or 500 hours in Hogwarts Legacy. It was so fun. The fact that there was even building in it alone was really cool to me. I did not expect the room of requirement, vivarium type stuff. So that was a really cool surprise for someone that's obsessed with building. Beautiful. Guess I should finish these. How did I finish the other side? I don't even know what I did over here.
Yeah.
Probably be intelligent. Check it out. Pretty neat that, though, to have a dev stop by and watch your stream. Oh, I'm fanboying hard right now. Don't misunderstand it. It's incredible. Way too cool. Oh, I did it with the lights. That's what it was. Okay. So... might have to build those out one more, actually. Yeah, they had a lot of really cool build items. The whole thing was really well done. Not quite the, like, freedom in building that I typically like, but it was enough that it had quite a bit of entertainment value. You're hiding it very well? Oh, I'm excited. I finally made it, guys. Obsidian and Eric are in my stream, y'all. Daddy Dish, welcome in. Pretty big build. Yeah, it's getting there. It's not the biggest of builds, but it's getting there. Comparatively to most, of course, it's pretty massive, but there are much larger out there right now. I spend too much time reviewing other people's mega bases at the moment that I don't spend as much time building mine. This is good. Sounds good. Stream it Saturday if YouTube will let me on a new character. Yeah, sounds good, man. Love to see it. I'll be out of town this weekend, but I'm probably still stuff. Guess what we do is get rid of this, actually. mean, I've heard you guys say before that you tend to like hop into a streamers, to random streams and stuff, and like just to keep your keep a pulse on the community and what people are thinking about the game and random things here and there, see what's happening. But you never like, you don't think, like, I guess with 4,000 subscribers, I'm like a decent sized creator now, but at the same time, like comparatively, still feel quite small compared to most, so it's a little surprising. But then again, there's only so many people streaming the game at this moment, so not as many people to watch as normal, I guess. I'm gonna keep it alive until the new update, though, for you guys. Keep the content coming. Hey, Knife. Thank you, man. Thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. 5 tier 1s, let's go. More souls for me. Thank you, man. You're amazing. Couldn't do it without your support. Aw, dang it. Eric didn't get a gifted sub. I guess Obsidian will just have to get him a sub. Can't tell if I'm really liking this or if it's not quite there yet. It's a sad day. Sorry, Eric, I tried. It's okay. Maybe next time. Guess you're just gonna have to hang out here more often. Hey, you gifted Obsidian one, but not Moobs. That's the opposite. Knife. Now it's even more sad. Like a knife to the heart. No, Knife is the best. Obsidian is more important. It's not. You're not wrong. I mean, you are Obsidian, so I mean, it's one and the same. So who's running the Obsidian? Oh my gosh, Knife, you're crazy. Stop it, dude. Holy cow. Thank you, man. I was trying to do it the opposite. I was trying to get Obsidian to gift Moobs one, not Knife to do it. I was trying to exploit the system. It's a mystery? Dang it. That's the one time you're supposed to, John Obsidian? Is that what it is? Another one for your guys' radar. The repair tool is like half effective right now. True. I guess you want the souls. The souls are true. Another random glitch, if no one's mentioned it. The repair tool works like maybe half the time. Everything has to be at like the perfect height for it to work right now. But I'm assuming that's something multiple people have probably mentioned. Oh, and can we make the teens? But while you guys are here, can we make the teens not like taking steroids as well? That's a fun little game mechanic. Is every time you collect clay or rocks, it's like Max has been hitting the roids real hard, and everything flies like 7 million miles in the air and goes all over the place. For the comedy effect, quite funny, but the gains are real. It's ridiculous. I was like, Max, bro. It's only been a couple years, dog. Like, he's been hitting the gym hard. I don't know if we're trying to, like, support PEDs and stuff, but... It was funny the first couple of times, but now I'm like, wait, I really needed that clay, though. Like, it's like, I found clay, like, hundreds of meters away from where I typically farm it. And I'm like, that, it goes far. Inside corn.
Yeah. Take a breath, big guy.
Pebblets, clay, the feathers, yeah, the feathers explode, too. They go everywhere. Which, I mean, I can understand the clay. Like, the clay shouldn't explode, but, like, when you, like, hammer a rock really hard, it, like, blows up everywhere. But the feathers should, like, gently fly to the ground.
Didn't even need instructions.
But I'll be a normal person and put in, issue tracker stuff in the future. I typically try to if I can, but sometimes I can't. I know I finished stream and I'm like, everything I talked about and thought about is like in one ear out the other. Like I forget about everything and move on. Shovel technique. Lore-wise, I explained in that Wendell taught them to shovel and no one taught him to shovel. Which is why he broke the pipes in the yard in the first game. Honestly, though, that it's probably dead on. It really is. Wendell absolutely seems like the kind of guy that, like, his dad never taught him how to, like, use a lawnmower properly, and that's why the grass is all overgrown and everything. Seems absolutely spent way too much time in science class. Oh man. Get up here. Let me up. Okay, no lights for now then, I guess. Act like they're in there. Pretend. Pretend. Come on. Too short. I need a handy net. Ah. I'm getting way too good at parkour. I need my handy net. Parkour. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why is that off? A jank architect designed this. That's what my name should have been. The Architect of Jank. Let's be honest, that's what I'm best at. New emote unlocked. Let's go. All thanks to you, Knife. I know, I'm gonna have to get back into the emo game. I keep unlocking so many new emotes. Like, we have so much space. We have room for animated emotes. Can't keep up with it. I made the, like, 3 new ones, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we had another, like, 5 slots. Can't keep up with you guys. No, it's appreciated, though. 100%. Thank you. It's a good problem to have. Keeping you on your toes really is. Well, like, now I want to change the timber emote to like an animated one where he's like actually running and blowing up the blocks. Like, that's just, I don't know why I didn't think of that in the first place.
Now that's fresh.
That'd be so fitting. And then Alfredo making fun of me in chat the other, or in Discord the other day, that made me think of like the perfect emote for the channel, which was he did the Patrick from SpongeBob with the board like nailed to his head, and he's just standing there like completely lost, like no clue what's going on. And I'm like, dude, if that isn't the perfect emote, I don't know what is.
Don't make them like I used to.
Oh. It's dark. Yeah, imagination. Essentially, all of our emotes are going to be SpongeBob emotes turned into Timber emotes. This seems to be a growing theme, but he posted that one when it was like, I don't know, I just work here. So it was like someone was asking how I did something, and I was like, I don't know, I just work here, man. I don't know how I do half the stuff I do. Kind of just happens a lot of the times. And then when he did that, I was like, oh man, that's a perfect. It is already a building emote, but I can then just make it the little timber with the same exact like setup, and I'm like, that's too perfect. Because honestly, when I'm building, a lot of the times that's exactly how I feel. Like I don't know. Everyone seems to think that I have a grand plan or something, and I'm like, I don't know how I think of half of this stuff. It just kind of happens. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. It's here for the vibes. That. A little skinny. I have figured out that you can kill yourself now by putting rocks over yourself. That was a fun experiment. I like trapped myself inside a pebble foundation and so be careful out there. Grounded's getting dangerous. Never expected for my own build to try to suffocate me to death. But it happens, apparently. How do we fix it? I'm being overly picky right now. Bear with me. Greatness takes time, though, you know? I also have the saying that perfection is the lowest standard you can have, so... Can't win, I guess. Don't be perfect, but also spend a lot of time in things and try to make them perfect. I just work here, I don't know. Did that out of there. One of these here. I want to cover up this leaf a little bit. I don't want it. Time to get into Hogwarts. Thanks, Timber. Love y'all. Sounds good, man. Thank you again for all the subs and all the support. Appreciate you, man. Good luck wizarding it up. I want that clay back. Back. This, that out to there. Austin.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
One more out? Out to like there. Make it legit, right? Good night, night. Night, night. What if we just raise this whole level, actually? That was just... Okay. No, I like night. I like night now. I like how that rolls off the tongue. Why try to fix my problems when I can just cover them up? Yes. Perfect. Even better now. I can just do this. It never even happened. Love it when a plan comes together. Want some? Bring it. 2. Had a perfect block for a second there.
Just looking, I promise.
Repaired. Definitely noticed that if I leave too many things unrepaired, that I tend to see more lag. Just because the glowing red flashing constantly, puts more strain on the system. Like, bigger. Probably needs. That's fine. A little bit of the leaf showing, but you gotta work with what you got, right? Coming together, we're finally getting some of this stuff finished. Still so much work to do. So many ideas to make, but progress. Finally progress. Dragons are daunting. A daunting project to start. They're nowhere near finished where I want them to be. Not great, but it's not horrible. Definitely this entrance does not quite work yet. I don't know how to change it though. What else can we break?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel so accomplished, man. I got so much done tonight. All the little projects that I've just been like endlessly waiting on That's my pet. Can't see. Didn't stand a chance. What? Difficult. Still medium, okay. Played on mild the other day for the peeper challenge thing we're doing, and wasn't sure if that changed both worlds. You guys have a way to shut up a pet spider? Won't stop making noise. It's really hard to sleep with him down here. But I feel like he's gonna have, like, some pent-up aggression if I let him out. So that seems like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Whenever I go harvesting materials, he gets out, but pretty well trapped. My pumpkins.
Here. Gross! Gross!
Envious of how you can just build. I spend way too much time trying to decide what and how I want to build things. It's sort of like, don't let it fool you. The ideas they're in my head. It's just I've been looking at those areas for, like, I work on something repetitive that I know I can get done. Like tonight we were working on all the exterior stuff. So in many ways, like, I don't have to think with that. Like, that's just copy and pasting to me for the most part, because we built all those things before. So while I do that repetitive type stuff, that I put off the repetitive type things because I was trying to come up with new ideas. But the majority of this is it's literally just copying the same thing over and over and over again. Whereas I've been thinking, and while I'm running around and while I'm collecting materials, I've been looking up, like, reference material and stuff for this other area down here for a while now. And so there was just moments where the inspiration wasn't there. And sometimes I think I build other things enough that the inspiration finally just comes. I guess, for a lack of a better way to explain it. I also, like, I have a degree in architecture and worked in an architecture firm for 8-10 years, whatever it was. So my brain naturally thinks this way now. It didn't always think this way, but after so much time designing things, you just kind of become more natural at it. So it's one of those things, like, it's learned. Like, it's not something that I'm just so good at. It's just it's something I've done repetitively so much. And if I've learned anything through my architecture education and career, it's that you have to start. Like, staring at a blank piece of paper is never going to come up with the good ideas. The good ideas come from failing and doing something wrong 5, 6, 7 times, and then the right idea comes. So typically for me, like, this stuff, of course, I'm happy with how this looks, but this idea has been cooking in my head of how this whole ramp is going to come in and sort of follow this path and get down here and get down here for a while now, and I just decided to start tonight. But as you saw, it starts with, okay, I'm going to build things out. All right, that doesn't work. Let's completely rearrange it and move it around. And it's just like iteration, I guess, is a good way to describe it. Doing something over and over again until it finally feels right is the way I tend to do it. But I often, if I've learned anything, it's that typically my first idea is not the final idea. It's not how it's going to end up looking at the end of the day. Most likely something about the first iteration of an idea is going to change, so you're better off starting now, you know? Staring at it isn't going to help that first bad idea get out of your way. And it's painful to waste time
didn't even need instructions.
not building. To be like, oh, I could have so much done if I would have just done it. And I'm like, I've done that enough now that I know that I just have to do it. That the more time I spend thinking about it isn't necessarily going to create a better idea. Oftentimes the idea comes from looking at Pinterest and looking at Google Images, and I have a like the things you guys don't see. It's like this is on my, I have a regular normal monitor I'm playing on. I have a monitor above that one, and then I have my chat off to the side on a vertical monitor. And so above, you guys aren't looking at this, but I'm staring at all of these precedent images of like ideas and how I want this to start looking. So you guys, and like how I'm recreating other people's things and how I'm going to change it into my own ideas and like those sort of things. So like I'm building a dragon, but I'm looking at dragons at the same time. But you guys just, to you, it looks like my brain's just functioning like that, and it's not necessarily that way. I always have some type of like imagery to look at for how I want something to feel at the end of the day. So take it, the ideas are always there. I'm always filling my brain with ideas and looking up images to like figure out how I can design things in a better way. But I'm very often semi-stealing an idea in the beginning. It's not stealing it, it's like I'm using reference material. Because you can't typically recreate something, an AI image or an actual castle, or like I used Game of Thrones for a lot of inspiration for my builds, but oftentimes you can't copy them in a game like this one for one. So you have to start getting creative on, you use it as an original idea, something to get you started, and then from there, it's always, all right, now how to make this actually work in the way this game is built and like functions. Yeah, you use Skyrim, exactly. I'm always trying to find that image for like inspiring the next build, the next idea. And for me, oftentimes, that's the starting place of, like, I like this visually. Now, how am I going to, like, functionally build that in Grounded? Because I don't have stone the same way. I have pebble. And I don't have brick. I have mushroom. And so it's... This is for the... Those kind of things are for the general, maybe overall idea. But then, outside of that, it's just kind of... You get... The more reference material you look at, the more you kind of instantly can reference those ideas quickly in your builds. And then from there, it's just send it. You got to do it. But if you've built for 3,000 hours, I mean, I've been mega building in games for years. So... Don't necessarily assume that I'm good at this because I've done it for thousands and thousands of hours. More so than it's like, I'm not special. I have a degree in creative thinking, so that it definitely helps in many ways, but I'm not the best designer in the world by any means. There are way more creative people out there than me. There are way more artistic gifted people than me. I can't draw for crap. Like, I was an architect and I couldn't draw for crap. Like, everything I did was digital work. I was really good at digital art, but outside of that, I sucked. I never put the time in to be good at it. But you build enough in a game like this, you get... Part of that is, like... I've built... Because I'm so used to the Grounded 1 building system, so it feels maybe... early, if you haven't seen me necessarily build in Grounded 1, I have 3,000 hours and a crazy amount of builds in that game, and so it naturally just transfers directly to Grounded 2. So I'm able to execute ideas a lot faster than I think most people would be able to, simply because I've just got a lot of time in the build system, so it comes as second nature. And all I have to do is think of the ideas, really. And my brain already kind of knows how I can combine the different materials together and what looks good. So it's a little less, like, mental gymnastics for me specifically, just because I've got so much time in it. But there are other amazing builders that are exponentially better than I am. I just happen to be the guy that has the background enough that I can talk about it at the same time. I will definitely never admit to being the best designer out there. I just happen to be the one that's good at talking about what I'm designing and how to do it. Most builders don't have a degree in architecture and don't know how to talk in front of people constantly and stuff. It just happens to be something that my brain is good at. Yuck. I want to fill that in, but ew. Definitely our top tier on mixing material. Thank you. And yeah, a lot of that is just experience at the end of the day. I've messed with the materials for so long in the game, I just gotten really good at figuring out what looks good. The architectural background has made me very good at that kind of stuff, though. If I have anything, that's why I really like doing the base reviews that I do. I have a really good eye. I'm not necessarily the best designer, but I think I have a really good eye for things that are like good high design. And so for me, I'm good at quickly kind of looking at things and understanding how they should go together and what looks nice and what doesn't because of my education and stuff. Makes a big, big difference. And I think of building, I guess, in a way that most people think of base building in a game as a way to survive. I think of it in a way that it's more about how do I make this look good and function at the same time. So I'm thinking of everything as an architectural building, which means you're utilizing a lot of different materials. You're like combining different things in unique ways to do it differently than maybe someone else would have. Not great, but I'll figure out how to clean that up later. I think at some point I'm probably going to need like a railing here, so I can probably hide it in there. Might have to bring this whole thing out one block, maybe? Makes my little garden spaces. But I think with enough time, literally anyone can get good at this stuff. Just might take slightly longer for some than others. Is all.
Yeah.
But you put in enough time into anything in the world, you'll get good at it.
Take a breath, big guy.
Materials. But it's always one of the things I really enjoyed about design and stuff is combining materials and like making visually interesting looking
fine
things.
Piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
Just wait till we get mushroom brick and all that stuff, though. Then we're really going to be combining things. I'm going to have a lot of fun when we get a couple more materials. It's going to get crazy. I'm like holding back on a lot of stuff right now because I want a lot of the stuff I'm working on, I would really like to have a couple more materials to kind of work these ideas out. Amazing things I've seen from this community have even slowed down my building, thinking about all the detail possibilities. Sometimes that's a good thing. I mean, realistically, like, building really quick feels nice because you accomplish something. But at the same time, like, slowing down and really thinking about it, it typically makes something a little bit better. And the more reference material you have, like, the better you're gonna get, of course. So that's a huge goal, like showing off the base reviews. Like every single base we've looked at, some of them are absolutely ridiculous and some of the craziest bases that have ever been built, and some of them are very new and beginner type stuff, and I've seen some of the most impressive things from people like Ethive. Ethive Arts is a great example. Like, it was their first base they've ever really made and grounded, if I remember correctly. And they have a ton of really cool, like, beginning ideas to, like, this base, and they got a lot of really cool stuff. And then they make one of the coolest, like, flowers I've literally ever seen in the game. And I'm like, this is your first base? Like, this, and you're building, like, crazy, light flower, like, custom-made flowers out of the building materials. And now, like, 3 or 4 people are already working on their own version of those flowers. And I'm like, that was their first build ever in Grounded, and we've seen one of the coolest random things that I've seen in the game. Just like every single person has some ridiculous idea that we can all benefit from, and we like to share ideas here. Is a huge part of the whole community. Everyone has interesting ideas, and although some people may be further along in their base than others, or some people might have maybe a more beginner idea or a smaller base. Like, I am absolutely blown away by some of the one-off creative ideas that people have come up with. Pretty ridiculous. In the best way. Yeah, that flower is awesome. You don't have that type of patience? Yeah, it comes with time. It does come with time. But I also have a reason to be patient because I'm doing everything I'm doing for content. So rushing through builds just means I have less content. In an infinite content loop, it just makes more sense to not rush through things and make better things for me specifically. But I built a lot faster when I was not streaming constantly because I could stay super focused and I don't have to think through ideas while I'm also talking at the same time. Yeah, mushroom bricks are my favorite. Mushroom bricks mixed with ash cement is like my absolute favorite aesthetic in this game. Now, that doesn't, and with burr floors as well. That doesn't mean we're not going to get cooler and better things, though. That might blow those out of the water. Because I was really hesitant with the thatch, or like the pine material at first, because it's very different than what I'm, like, my typical aesthetic, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I'm really excited to integrate mushroom in the overall tower and have this, like, wooden fortress kind of thing be the base of it in some way. And then everything is going to transition and slowly, like, taper off these things as we go further and further up. It's going to be really cool. When I stream, I build super slow. Yeah, it makes it a lot more difficult, but it also makes it way more fun. So it definitely does not make it faster, but chilling and talking with people is also makes it way more fun for me. Secret passageways. Honestly, I don't know why I've never thought of that before. It's a perfect way to make a trapdoor. Now, where do I use that is the question. We could do some fun with that, though. Can't remember if that's... If in Grounded 1, I feel like they were more obvious. Some of the materials that in Grounded 2 feel like less of a blueprint when they're built, like nearly completed. Whereas like in the first game, I feel like they looked more blueprint-like. That's an interesting idea, though. I have to show that to Astral Lizard and see if they can find a cool way to use that in all their mazes. I feel like there's definitely something we could come up with that.
Yeah.
I'd say I could use it on the, instead of, doesn't work great with a floor, I guess, because you can kind of see through them, but instead of putting this, I could put like a secret floor that you just fall through, but then I know I'm going to fall through it, and that sounds like a dumb idea. It's a trap for people, except it's just a trap for me. I kill Axel more. Dude. So much work to be done. But I don't know where to go next. I'm gonna have to do some serious thinking of how I want to design the inside of this out. That's my current struggle is how much do I want to build knowing that we're gonna get some more ridiculous things. And I can always rebuild things. There's nothing wrong with that, but do I want to go absolutely insane right off the bat? Not that, like, we've been building for a while, but how much do I want to push with what we currently have, and how much do I want to leave for the potential of what we get? It's a difficult balance. Because we need more chests, and my organization system is not currently as good as I would like it. These chests are too far away. We could put these over here, potentially, instead of doing these little curved things, which would probably make a lot of sense, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess that would be... If they were over here, are they close enough? I'll just build another. Don't move that one. Yeah, not close enough. Biggest struggle with this massive thing in the center is it thrown off the way I typically like to organize things. It's a fun design challenge, though, at the end of the day. We can also turn all of these sideways and fit at least one more in the middle of these, and I mean, I still have a ton of room. But it's also, like, how much do you prepare for the future? Because we could get 2 to 3 times this amount of items by the end of the game, especially, like, each one of these is a different bug part. Like, one specific bug drop. For the items, one type of bug drops. So I'm like... Ultimately, that's the goal, and I would have loved to do it along one wall, but then not having them all be accessed next to each other kind of sucked. We could make this one higher, double this, and then add in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 20 more boxes, along with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We could add in 30 more chests to this in the long run, so I guess there's probably more room than I'm giving myself credit for. I just love the green looks so good, you know? I'm not typically an acorn chest type of person, but when you light them up with the green lights behind them, it just... They look so perfect. It makes them so much more interesting than they normally are. But when you turn them sideways, you kind of lose that effect a little bit. But in the long run, if we get pine cone chests back, then I hope we get pine cone chests back. The axle ones are epic, but they're way too expensive to do for an entire base. They're for like the really special things, that's it. Nothing else. Or just decoration. Nothing else. I don't know if I have the energy to farm 400 boss kills just to get chests that don't necessarily work. I feel like this would look a little weird. Wouldn't look as clean. They look much better like as standalone pieces of decor, which I really like. I think they look awesome. But for the functional side of things, it'd be nice for just pine cone chests. They look really consistent on their sides. And then we could fit so many in. And I could get rid of these. That would be really nice. Could potentially even start, like, move this and, like, add more here. Just, like, take this front piece off. Just add in a couple more there if I really needed to. Definitely ways around it. I could also use this wall more effectively instead of just, like, random stuff that it is now. I could make this way more efficient and put them all here, too. Probably efficient enough in the long run. Pumpkins. The sound of the pumpkins drives me slightly insane, but it also is nice knowing exactly what to harvest. Double-edged sword.
Ah, that hit the spot.
So many options. Need to figure out what I really want to do with these things too. Not quite. Not good enough yet. Not quite good enough. This look. Hate that. Oh, they're a weird
A fine piece of handiwork.
item on
Mr.
top of each
Smalls.
other, though. Will it get mad? What if we did pop one? You know you want to. Dang it. That doesn't. Not horrible. Not great though. No, I'm not going to be able to get the front on back right. Dang it. Why you always make a save before you change big things. Of course, that one works fine. Out of here. We can definitely make this way nicer, but I haven't had that mental breakthrough of what I want to do with everything quite yet. Trying to make everything as clean as possible. Always trying to find the perfect balance between function and aesthetic.
Ah, that hit the spot.
It's got to work at the end of the day. The design looks cool, but doesn't actually work. It doesn't work. Didn't actually work, if that's how it worked. It can make my life slightly less efficient, but it has to add value at the same time, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Like stuff like that. build stuff is just out of range. There we go. This is why I need the handy net, because I could do all of this from standing in one spot and I wouldn't have to think about it. That looks much better though. And I fit another one on top, so. All right. It is 11 o'clock here, so I'm gonna call it. Appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. It was a lot of fun building. We actually got a lot done tonight, so it felt really good. I will be back Tuesday with our Tour Tuesdays as normal. If you're interested in having your base featured, we're full up for Tuesday, but I have a ever-growing list, and we're doing this every Tuesday moving forward. So if you want your base reviewed and shown off on stream, make sure to DM me and reach out on Discord. If you're not part of our Discord, make sure to join that. Awesome place. There's a ton of really good builders and awesome images being posted all the time, and it gets better every day. Has a ton of people joining every day, so it's been really fun. It's an awesome place. We have a bunch of chats for specific games. If you don't build in Grounded specifically, if you play other games like Enshrouded, Minecraft, Subnautica, anything and everything building-wise, we have lots of chats and stuff to show off your different builds. We also have an inspiration section, so you can post your base and update people on it as well if you don't necessarily want to do a base review. As well, we're supporting Extra Life's charity this month through the 7th of November as well. Myself, I'm not going to take all the credit for it. I was just invited to the party. But a handful of creators in the Grounded community are put together an awesome event. We have a build competition going. We have an art competition going. Get the link for this. Everyone. If you're interested in the events and what's going on, you can find all the rules there for each one of the competitions. If you're a streamer, you can also join the Peeper Challenge, which is just starting a fresh world. And we are racing to peep as many bugs as humanly possible in an hour and 15 minutes. Awesome challenge. That starts on the 1st of November. And there will be a lot of creators streaming that as well, and all in the hopes of doing it to raise money for Extra Lives. We're all trying to add as much as we possibly can to the Obsidian goal, the developers of Grounded, to their goal of $30,000. They'll be starting on the 6th for their charity stream portion of this. Trying to raise $30,000, but everything that we achieve to all the donations that we get during this competition, during the competitions and the live streams and everything, will go directly to their total of $30,000. So we're helping out an awesome cause. It's a great, awesome charity. Highly suggest if you can donate, that would be amazing. An amazing, amazing cause, and it's a lot of fun. We also have some prizes and some raffles and stuff, some custom hats and t-shirts that we're putting together for the competitions. For the winner of the competitions, as well as like a $150 Steam card from I'm Cade, like a signed Grounded 1 game from Jade that some of the creators are going to sign, or himself, something like that. It's an awesome little event, and if you're not part of that specific Discord, the event Discord that I posted, we are going to be doing future events there as well. So if you're interested in these events, and maybe this time is not the time for you, you don't have time, it's a little late to get into it because we've been doing these for a week or two now, make sure to join that event Discord for future events and future charity events that we put together as a community, because this will definitely be the first of many moving forward throughout early access and the life of Grounded and everything. So an awesome one, but otherwise I appreciate everyone hanging out. Thank you again for all the support. I will be back on Tuesday with Tour Tuesday. I will catch you on the next one.